Hello, race fans. Welcome to Antioch Speedway in a beautifully hot surface of the sun reference here. It's a beautiful Saturday night for racing here at Antioch Speedway. I'm Wiley Wade.
And I'm Joe Peterson.
Thanks for tuning in on Antioch Speedway TV. We have a great night of racing action for you. We have 36 Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks.
Yes, we do. We have a good show. Not to mention, it is the Big Kahuna George Stites Memorial Race Series number 3 for you here at Antioch Speedway.
We have 25 IMCA Sport Modifieds, and we have 18 IMCA Modifieds. It is going to be a great night of racing. Got an excellent track surface out there. As this night goes on, it's going to get faster. It's going to get faster, that's for sure. Joe, there's a lot of drivers that aren't normally here tonight as well, so that's going to make things interesting too.
Yeah, for surely. I talked to a couple of drivers. I know Ryan Porter in the Modifieds, and then a bunch of hobby stocks. The names just go on, as well as a sport mod class. So I'm interested in seeing what goes down tonight.
Tricky Troy Folger, he's the points leader for the IMCA Modifieds. Only 2 races left tonight and in 2 weeks on the 19th. On the IMCA Sport Modified side, Mark Garner is in the points lead. He's only got 5 points over Trevor Klimans. And then we have an interesting situation on the Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks. Our points leader is no longer driving hobby stocks. He sold his race car. He's going IMCA stock car racing. So Bree Troenby is the de facto points leader at the moment. She's got 12 points over James Thompson.
Oh, yes. So, I'm looking forward to it. We have a pretty good number of cars, and the Big Kahuna. Let's go big.
So the hobby stocks got 3 races left. That's 4. That's 3. 3 races left. Their last race, October 10th, as far as points go. IMCA Sports IMCA Modified final points night is the 19th of this month, so only 2 races left for them. We are going racing. We're going to have a lot of fun tonight. Hang on right here on Antioch Speedway TV. Facebook is Antioch Speedway by Promotions. That is the official Facebook page. Also, there is AntiochSpeedway.tv on Facebook. It's also the website for all the TV action. And then, of course, don't forget Antioch Speedway Announcer on YouTube and Facebook for my stuff. Each and every Wednesday night during the season, we do have Wiley's race report. Wiley's race report on Wednesday nights. Try to get it out at 7 o'clock Pacific Daylight Time. So this past week we'll play the audio from that during intermission tonight. At least part of it. It was actually my longest show. It was almost 30 minutes long. So we'll get as much as we can in just to have something for you. But right now we got the IMCA Modifieds. Tricky Troy Folger coming up off turn number 4. He is out here tonight. Behind him, it is the 198.
The Rebel Rouser, Robbie Sawyer.
Thank you.
And behind him,
here. One car spins around. That is the 22 Robert Marsh over there, turn number 2.
Gets it going, or he pulls it into the infield.
Right. Quick Nick DiCarlo comes next in our line after the Robbie Sawyer car. Then we fall way back. Now you're going to say, that's Jim Pettit. No, that's Jim Pettit's car. That's not Jim Pettit. That is actually Clay Daly out of Salinas. We're driving, it's called the 603. They have the 6, then a very small 03 on that. Behind him, Kellen Chadwick in the 83 car, Brian Cass in the 55. And I think that's all the field, on this field going on. We're going to have 3 heat races for the IMCA Modifieds tonight.
Yes. Like you said, interesting group of cars. We haven't seen Clay Daly out here this year. Also, we haven't seen Robbie Sawyer since his appearance here for the California Speed Weeks, where he ended up finishing second, I believe. And also out here from Atwater, California, also in the 14P, Ryan Porter. We haven't seen him out here, I believe, since the last George Stites Freedom Series race.
Looks like we're going to need a push truck for the Clay Daly car. Heat race is going to get ready to come up in a little bit. We got 5 heat races for the Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks. With 36 cars here tonight will be 2 B mains, my understanding. Is that correct, Andrea? 2 B mains. On our Sport Modifieds, we got 4 heat races coming up. 25 of those cars here tonight, which means there should be a B main on that as well. And then 18 IMCA Modifieds. Thanks for tuning in again to Antioch Speedway TV. We will have all our races throughout the remainder of the season on here, except for, I know, coming up the Bill Bowers Memorial Race coming up October 1st, 2nd, and 3rd.
We're getting closer.
We'll be on Dirt Oval TV. That is our sister network. Hearing there are potentially some star power going to be in the broadcast booth with that. I won't say any more than that because I'm not sure it's official yet and not ready to be announced, but that should be a lot of fun. Also, sure. There was a schedule change on the Turkey Night. So originally, Turkey Night was going to be IMCA Modified, Sport Modifieds, and Hobby Stocks on both nights. And that has changed. The Modified, Sport Modifieds are moving to Saturday only, and we have I've lost the link here. Have the wingless sprint cars and the super stocks coming out, I believe, on Friday night of that weekend. That'll be the 27th of November. Yes, we are racing all the way into November. That's going to be fun.
And also, not to mention, we want to give a quick shout out to some of our locals out in Boone Speedway for the IMCA Super Nationals, as Guy Allwart, one of our locals out here from Antioch, California. Also, Carl Beringson in our modified division in the 88P. Scott Foster in the 22S, also in the Sport Mod division. And as well as Brent Kern in the 132 in our Sport Mod division. Giving a shout out to those guys and tremendous luck. Hopefully you guys do well and make the features and put Antioch Speedway on the map.
That is going to be a good time. All right, it's here officially. November 27th, Hobby Stocks, Wingless Sprints and Wing Sprints. That'll be Friday night, the 27th, the Turkey Night number 1. Turkey Night number 2, the IMCA Modifieds, Sports Modifieds, and the Hobby Stocks for night number 2. That's right, we're racing all the way through the end of November. Got a little brief hiatus between Halloween night and Turkey Day, but that's okay. We're going to have a lot of fun. So don't miss it. And, yeah, good luck to those guys. That's why you won't see any IMCA racing in California next Saturday and Friday. It is not allowed when they have the Boone Nationals.
Yeah,
they shut down nationwide.
Yeah.
So that is what is happening there. If you follow them on Facebook, I did hear a little while ago that Guy Allward won his heat race tonight.
Yeah, he actually pulled a 2, so he'll be starting, I believe, second or first front. I know somewhere front row in his main event for the Prelude to the Dream. So congrats and good luck today, bud.
Yeah, good luck to all our folks out there. Chris Bennett went along as a crew member for Carl Berenson in the 88P. Carl's out there having some fun. So Dalton Jewell stole Chris Bennett's race car, one of his race cars, and his truck and trailer, and brought it out here tonight. So Dalton Jewell in the 6 hobby stock. Last few times out, that car has cleared the bugs for us, shall we say. Lots of smoke out of it, but it ran fine. It actually was a fast race car. It just was a little bit smoky, that's all. As we're getting set, we got hobby stocks lining up back there for hot laps, I do believe, still. But if you haven't signed up yet for My Race Pass, it is a free app. Head on over to My Race Pass. You can also find it on a website, myracepass.com. But My Race Pass, the app, what an awesome thing. It is going to give you everyone that's entered here tonight. It'll give you lineups for all the races. It'll give you the finishing orders. In the future, when we do have our scoring loops, it will give you live timing and scoring. We're not quite there yet, one step at a time. But this app, the My Race Pass, again, it is free. You do have the opportunity to pay some money for some additional features, but just straight up, you can get it for free. And it does have a lot of good information on it, and the schedule, results, and all that fun stuff, including the points, as we are now talking points, because the points end for the IMCA cars in 2 races, which will be tonight, and the 19th of September is the last event for the IMCA Modifieds and Sport Modifieds as far as point racing goes for this year. The hobby stocks, the super stocks, the dwarf cars, and I think the 4-bangers all end on October 10th. Now, don't hold me 100% to that, but I believe that's the final night for points for them. Jewel Crandall spins over in turn number 3, driving the 3 car. Had a chance to talk with her on my live pit walk. Sorry, it kind of split in half. Something happened to my feed, and it split in half. But Jewel Crandall in that 3 car. Coming up off turn number 4, the 18T, that is James Thompson. He's 12 points behind our points leader, the Squirrel Breach Rowan. Billy Bad Boy Garner's here tonight, back out in the 76 car.
It's been a while since he's been out here.
Yeah, he's been working 12-hour, 6-day or 7-day a week work shifts, and he spins coming up off turn number 2 right in front of Logan Fernandez. 74A, Judy Arth is pulling off. The 48 car of Jeff Benecourt just pulled off as well. The 16 car is here tonight. That is Adam Rocky Kujala. The 26M car, that's a new driver there, William Merritt out of Yuba City, California. The 29 car is out there, Jake Benecourt. 14 Logan Fernandez is out here in this hot lap session. So that is the hobbies that are out there on the racetrack at the moment. They are giving the black flags, clearing the racetrack, and we'll get the next group of hobby stocks. So Adam Kajala out of Antioch, California, starting on the pole for heat race number 1. Again, 12 points separating the top 2 in the Jay's Mobile Welding hobby stocks. James Thompson, 12 points behind the Squirrel Breach Rowan with 3 points races left. That is, right now, if you look at the website, you'll see that our official points leader is Travis Dutra, but he sold his race car. Sold 2 race cars, actually, the dwarf car and the hobby stock he bought himself an IMCA, or is getting himself an IMCA stock car.
Yeah, getting prepared for the next season for sure.
And I will not be surprised if
you didn't hear, excuse me, the IMCA stock cars were added to the Bill Bauer Memorial Weekend.
That's correct.
Excuse me. So get a sneak peek to next year. If you've ever seen these IMCA stock cars, man, they put on a heck of a show everywhere they go.
Oh, yeah, for sure. We were watching them last night as they were racing in Marshalltown, and just, man, the way that those things drive, it's almost like watching an IMCA A-Mod feature as well. So
They had a good, I missed it, but I hear they had a good, what we would call four-banger, they call a subcompact car race out there. They had 40 cars show up.
Yeah. Yeah, they had quite a lot. As well, they put on a pretty good show. Well, they have a lot of them, as you can say. They put on a pretty spectacular show as well.
So if you're thinking about the four-bangers, if you're thinking about getting into racing, you're wondering where to start and how to start, folks, let me know. Trevor Kleiman said he would gladly build some four-bangers, build safe, good four-bangers, and we have some other people that are building them. We have some that sit about 2 blocks from here. Hopefully they get those put together and get out here. But the four-banger division, it is a growing division here as well, along with the IMCA stock cars. Four-bangers is a great place to start. Probably a great place, a better place to start than a hobby stock, as our hobby stocks aren't truly a true starter position or division if you've never raced before. It is a great place to start, but I think you'll learn a lot if you get out there on a four-banger for a season and then move up. That's kind of what the four-banger division is for. And then you got people like me that's going to go out there and just hang out in the four-banger division because of other commitments I have. But they're just fun to drive. If you've never gone and played in the snow, that's where I grew up in the snow. You just get to go out there and thrash around and have a good time. I had a great time last week. Look forward to coming back out next week. Jewel Crandall getting towed off the racetrack. I mistakenly said 0-3 earlier. I don't know why I was thinking of the Circle 3 that we have here tonight as well, of Dakota Kilson. All right, next group coming out. It is first one out. Jason Robles wants to say thanks to Jason. He is here about 7 days a week doing track prep and stuff, really putting in, volunteering a lot of his time to help make sure that this racetrack, actually I don't think he's in the car because isn't that him over in turn 2? So I don't know who's in the 78. Kenneth Robles. So Ken Robles, I guess, is in the car. Looking on my sheet. But Jason normally drives that car, but he spends a ton of time out here getting it set. So he's in the Robles car is in the 78. Behind him, the 58 car. That is a car out of Lompoc, California. David Bones Schneider in that 58 car. That car rolled off the trailer, didn't even have numbers on it. That's how fresh those numbers are. Behind him, the 5N of Alan Neal out of Los Banos, California. And here's a car we haven't seen all season long. Ran for the points last year. The 7 car. That is Will Burtz. Welcome back, Will. Glad to see that car back out here. The 71 car of Michaela Taylor in the 71A. Then we have the Squirrel, our quasi-points leader right now in the 97 car. Points-wise, she potentially could take the official points lead here tonight in that 97 car. The next, you see the 20 car. Well, this year that car has been driven by Josh Leach, Abigail Gonderman. They're not driving it tonight. Grandpa's driving.
Yeah.
Dan Gonderman's behind the wheel of the 20 car tonight. They keep playing musical chairs in the seat of that car. James Gracely in that 44G comes next, and that is the field that we have out on the racetrack right now for getting set for their hot lap session. You ever get to ride one of these things or drive one?
Yeah, actually I have. I rode with Billy Gardner, and then I've also rode with Lori Brown, and the experiences watching from the outside, from being inside of them, it's different. For surely it's different. You can just feel. Also, like I like it feeling the banking of this track is just tremendous as well. And I don't know. Hopefully, maybe behind the wheel or maybe in a passenger seat again. You never know.
There we go. We got Joe. We can have him up on the booth, and also just like me down in the race car. That'll be cool. Get you a 4-banger. Then we're gonna have a problem. Then we're gonna have to get a microphone to reach a long cord to reach around the racetrack. Green flag is out for this hot lap session. Getting set for racing action. This racetrack will get faster and faster.
Oh, and you see the 20 over in turn 3.
Dan's used to those open wheel cars, you know. not figuring out this fendered stuff yet. Dan Gonerman, normally running the 87 open wheel wingless sprint car. Thanks again for tuning in to this beautiful evening of racing here at Antioch Speedway. Live and direct from the surface of Death Valley. Actually, it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. It was supposed to be 109. I don't think it reached 109. 102 is what I'm seeing on the app right now out here in Antioch.
So with the hot weather going on, hopefully dries out the track more and creates multiple racing grooves. As you can see, the track is still pretty slimy.
It'll dry out as we get going, and should definitely have 3 and 4 grooves. Dan Gonerman coming up off turn number 2, getting that figured out. But here comes Michaela Taylor.
She loops it around in the center of turns 1 and 2. Looks like everybody's really having trouble in the current. Once again, the number 20 over in the center of 3 and 4.
Same spot as last time.
Same spot as last time. Hopefully you can figure that out before the night's over with.
Now I'm curious. So Bree Trowan, the squirrel, wants a championship bad in the hobby stocks before she's talking about, the plan is for her to come back. The point situation was up in the air a little bit with the COVID-19 stuff, and so her plan was to come back for next year to run for the championship. Now, if she wins it this year, question is, I'm going to have to ask her this question. Is she going to move up to the IMCA Sport Modified division next year and come back and defend her championship? Because they do have a sport mod in their driveway that they're working on.
Yeah, I've heard the rumors roaming around the pits that was something that might possibly happen, but you never know. Who knows?
So the squirrel down the back straightaway into turn number 3. Behind her, the 5N of Alan Neal out of Los Banos. The 7 car of Will Birch spins in turn number 2.
Yeah, as you can tell, the track's just still slimy right now, and guys just looping it left and right. Checker flags out.
It's going to do it for this group. We got more, at least 2 more back there. That first one looks like Scoggins there. First one out on that inside line. You ever ride with him?
No, never. Never.
I have not ridden in a hobby stock. I'd love to drive one, I know that. Lots of great racing action in store for you here tonight, folks. Fabulous Bob up on the flag stand with his still shiny, sparkly new flags he has down there. I want to say thanks to him. Rich Quadrelli, thank you very much, our race director. Matt Quadrelli over there in turn number 1. Thank you very much for everything you do, coming back after some issues earlier this week. Jason Robles standing next to him over there in the infield. That looks like Sarah Pointer, I think, and one of the photographers around here. Katrina Niss has got to be out there somewhere.
Next group rolling out into the track in the 01, that's DJ Kelson out of Watsonville, California. And behind him in the 05, that's going to be Devin Belton. He's out of Winton, California. And then behind him, also in the 57, that's going to be Dustin Himes. He's out of Brentwood, California. And then rolling down the backstretch in the 21D, that's going to be Damasi Scoggins out of Turlock, California, as the green flag drops for this hot lap group session. And then the number 28 out of Merced, that is Chase Awe. And the 71, that's going to be Jack Roberts out of Tulare, California. And then the 72, that's going to be Mitch Enos out of Manteca. And then rounding out this hot lap session, that's going to be the number 70, or I'm sorry, the number 70 of Troy Tatum.
Seeing a lot more of those metric cars in the hobby stocks. Wonder how many of those are going to move up to the AMC stock cars next year.
Yeah, it seems like they're starting to get pretty famous. Well, now with drivers kind of maneuvering over possibly to the stock car. division. So
There's one of my favorites right there, the Duster 72 car.
oh yeah,
You don't
driven.
see many of those out there.
Yeah.
So, folks, do want to say thanks for tuning in as we continue to improve our process here. We do have some more equipment that we're waiting on. We're going to start having some live interviews from the pits at some point. We're going to start having some taped interviews. You'll be able to watch. Got a lot on the works. You know, we got to take it a little step at a time and not try to bite off more than we can chew all at one time. But we do appreciate you tuning in, and even when you start joining us back in the stands, which we cannot wait for. I miss you guys out here. We will continue doing this TV stuff, and you'll be able to sit there with your phone and your lap or your tablet or whatever and watch the racing on the action, but we'll also be having replays. We'll be able to have instant replays and stuff. So there is a lot of stuff coming up that we have not gotten to yet. First car out next to this next group is Matt Kyle in 55. Next is the 47X of Angela Brown in that teal colored car. The Circle 3 of Dakota Kilson out of Watsonville is behind her in that purple and white car. There's the 6 car of Dalton Jewell tonight with the four-toed smoke coming out the back. Actually, Dalton is not hot lapping or mud packing it. Someone else is, but he'll be in it for the races. The 24 car, 24M of Larry McKenzie out of Discovery Bay comes next. Then the 74 of Judy Arth out of Concord is next in line. That's this group.
Yeah, it looks like the 6 car is really blowing some puff out of the rear end.
That's been that way for the last 5 or 6 races for some reason. They said it's just blow by. They need to rebuild the engine. Oh, one car, the Circle 3 spins around. Here comes Larry McKenzie. He spins around, trying to avoid her, and hits the wall quite hard with the rear end. Swings around and hits the front end.
Keep it going.
Coming back to green, Angela Brown getting slideways off turn number 2. If you have not liked and started following our Facebook and pages, make sure you like and follow Antioch Speedway by Promotions. Antioch Speedway by Promotions. Like and follow AntiochSpeedway.tv, AntiochSpeedway.tv. And like and follow Antioch Speedway Announcer, Antioch Speedway Announcer. You can find Antioch Speedway Announcer on Facebook and YouTube.
Possibly hearing over the radio that the number 6 is leaking fluid onto the racetrack. As you can smell the burning from up here in the booth. And there's a lot of puff coming out of that car now. A lot of white smoke.
Chris Bennett, if you're watching from back there in Iowa, your car is out on the racetrack. It does have a smoking problem. That's going to do it for this hot lap session for this group. Looks like we have the IMCA Sport Modifieds lining up back there, getting ready for their hot lap sessions. One hobby stock didn't get a session. That's the 27 car of Craig Tatum. Getting towed through the racetrack.
As our Sport Mod division comes up for their hot lap session number 1. Rolling onto the track, that's the number 76 of Mark Gardner.
Our points leader.
Yes, our points leader.
And
in the 30S, that's Doug Haggio. And behind him is a 38 of Casey Keller. And then in the 19C, that is Tommy Climans Jr. And then I believe that is the R8.
The GR8, the great
GR8,
car.
yeah.
Tim Rowland.
Tim Rowland. And I believe behind him, looking for the booth, that is the 60K of Jimmy Ford. And then the 17B, that is Kevin Brown, as the green drops for their hot lap session.
Just got a picture from Chris Bennett with him watching his car smoke on the screen. Chris, thanks for tuning in from live and direct from Iowa. Have fun out there this week. Hope you guys win some races. as Chris, I understand, is pitting for Carl Berenson this week. So Chris leaves town, and Dalton Jewell steals his race car and his brand new truck and his trailer. His trailer's for sale. If anybody's looking for an open trailer, what'd you say, Chris? 20 or 3,600 or 3,800 or 3,200 or something. If you're looking for an open race trailer, it's got a toolbox on the front, tire rack, and it's for sale. He's stepping up. If you buy it, tell him I sent you, and then I'm going to hit him up for a commission. I got a race car to pay for. That's going to do it for this hot lap session. We do have 25 entries here tonight for the Antioch IMCA Sport Modifieds. This next group, first one out, it is the 36 of Alex Wilson out of Salinas, California. Behind him, the 22 of Adrian Frost. M27, that is going to be the kid, Jacob Mallet Jr. The 156 comes next. That's Jacob Haas out of Antioch, California. The 83 car of Jason Nation out of Bakersfield, California. The 22M of Damian Merritt comes next. He is out of Ventura, California. Okay, the race car is out of Marysville. He's out of Ventura, is how that works. The 58M of Mike Merritt comes next. That's all the cars in this group for their hot lap session. You can tell.
It looks like the Alex Wilson, the number 36, spans in the center of turns 1 and 2.
Jacob Mallet Jr. gets slideways trying to make sure he doesn't hit Alex. Just starting to say it. You can tell it's starting to come in a little bit more, but there's still, watching down on the south end of the racetrack, turns 1 and 2, they're still having some pushing problems. It's still not quite there yet. And turn 3 seems to be the worst so far. Seems like they have the most action up there.
Also, fun fact with that number 83 of Jason Nation, I talked to him in the pits. That is a brand new race car. He said this is the first time the car has touched dirt here at Antioch Speedway. So nice looking machine as well that he has there at Victory Circle. Unfortunately, they're not doing any racing down in Bakersfield where they live, down south. So might as well come up here and come do battle.
Damian Merritt just had the wheels turned as far left as they would go, and he was going straight as a pin into turn number 2. Almost hit the wall up there. Did get it straightened out and keep going again. Going to do it for this hot lap session. We do have a wingless sprint car is going to take a couple hot laps. That's Dylan Bloomfield. He blew up last race. Dominated the first, 3/4 of that race last week. And then on a restart, lost the lead to DJ Johnson and then promptly blew up.
Dominated 98% of that race.
Yeah. And so he got a new motor in it, came out tonight just to shake it down a little bit. Next field coming out.
Next field in the number 78A, actually it's going to be a different driver, and that's going to be the
Nicholas Zapatero.
Yeah, Nicholas Zapatero moved from the hobby stock into a sport mod.
So Andrew Wellborn sold that to Nicholas, and Andrew's moving back down to the hobby stocks.
Oh, yes. And then also sitting in the second spot, I believe that is the number...
I think it's a 262. That number's hard to read, but it's 262 Tiny Piper.
262 out of Modesto, California. And then right behind him is the 27 of...
The 327 of Dwayne Short.
Dwayne Short. And then also it's going to be the 112 of Chuck Crash Golden. And then 100 RY, that is Todd Climans, moved into a sport mod. And then behind him is the 15P of Andrew Pierce. And then also in the number 12, it's the Iceman, Tommy Frazier. And the 188, Kenny Schrader. And it looks like the 19C of Tommy Climans Jr. is also back on track, as well as his brother in the 2C of Trevor Climans.
Excuse me, right now we got 3 brothers out there, the Climans brothers. Todd, Trevor, and
Tommy.
3 teams. Yeah, I was just thinking Andrew Wellborn sold that 75 car. He's moving back down to Hobby Stocks. And so what do you do when you sell, Zapatero bounced off the wall in turn number 4 in that 75. So what do you do when you sell your sport modified? You don't buy 1 hobby stock. You're going to plan on getting 2 as Andrew Wellborn is not only getting himself a hobby stock, he's going to get his wife one as well. I think Nicholas Zapatero is finding out these things aren't as easy to drive as he thought.
Also on track is the 7J. The winner for the Jerry Hetrick Memorial, Fred Ryland.
That's Fred Ryland. Put a lot of cars out here for this hot lap session. Andrew Pearson is 15P. That's the car they bought from Kenny Schrader.
Kenny New.
I'm sorry, Kenny New. It was the 99 when Kenny had it. It's now the 15P. Put new numbers on that. They look really cool. So I haven't heard, is Kenny New coming back?
That's the question.
That's the question. It is.
For his first time out in the sport mod in the 100 RY, Todd Kleiman's looking pretty good.
He's only had that car for 3 days.
Yeah.
He just bought it and threw the sheet metal on it, and he's out here. That's a cool looking wrap. He actually said he bought that wrap for the hobby stock.
Yeah. Yeah.
And ended up putting it on the sport modified. Waiting for the next group to come out. All right, next group coming out, Buddy Niss. Brand new race car for Buddy. In fact, his race car that they just sold yesterday is here tonight. It's the 1E.
TJ Edson.
Yep, it's his car. He had it yesterday, threw a body on it and came back out. But Buddy has got a brand new race car he's here with tonight, that 19K. So congratulations, Buddy.
Also on track with him is the 05 out of Atwater, California, Jared Mounts in the 05 Sport Mod.
Going to pack him just a little bit on the high side before we let him loose for their hot lap session. Getting set to go racing. Hobby Stocks coming up. Hobby Stock Heat Races coming up. Let's see. Who else can we thank? I want to thank the rest of our officiating crew. Mike's down there. Jerry with the DNF crew. All the DNF folks out there. Deborah Benson, wish you were here. And Mike, I wish you both were here. They are part of the DNF crew. Miss having them out here. That's the Ford Bronco you normally see when there's no COVID-19 stuff going on. So hope to see you guys back at the racetrack in the near future. Tiny's down there in his tow truck. Jerry's in his tow truck. We got officials back in the pit area. I want to say thanks to them. Lee over in the staging area. Andrea, thank you very much for all you do, sitting down there doing the timing and scoring and officiating that you do. Eth, running the scoreboard, lap counter over there. Thank you very much. Joe, thank you for all you do. Welcome to the team. It's been a little over a month. Hope you're having fun.
Oh, yeah. Thank you as well. We appreciate you. Everybody appreciates you, what you do.
Tim down there running the camera. Thank you very much, Tim. Green flag in the air for this hot lap session. Buddy Niss.
Looks like that 05 of Jared Mounts possibly wants to get a little bit racy with Buddy.
Yeah, that 05 is doing pretty good. So I haven't asked lately, and I need to do some research into this. I know it used to be the IMCA modified rules were set up so you'd get roughly 400 horsepower, and the IMCA Sport modified rules were set up so you'd get roughly 350 horsepower is the difference between them. I assume the split is supposed to be about the same. I don't know that those numbers are still accurate or not. So there are ways that you might be able to make up a little bit of difference. I know we've had last year on a number of races, we had both these, had some sport modified step up into the modified
and raced against each other.
And did fairly well. You know, Fast Freddie Ryland and Trevor Klimans both ran really well when they did that. Cameron Swank did it a couple times in his 21. Cameron, if you're watching, how you doing? All right, here we go. Dylan Bloomfield. Looks like he got a new body on that car, too. Everything's all shiny white. Young 14-year-old took home his first win a month or so ago in the 33 wingless sprint car. He out here just trying out this new motor they put in and just getting ready for next weekend's race, looking for another heat win. DJ Johnson won the last Saturday night after Dylan dominated most of that race, and he was pulling away until that late yellow flag came out.
Yeah, it seems like every other week lately those wingless sprint car races are intense. Really,
some good racing. This new racing layout last few years, it's been a bottom feeder. You know, you whoever got to the bottom first and got out front first on the bottom, you went on and won the race. It was hard to pass. This new layout, they're not just running the bottom. In fact, you don't see them in the bottom a whole lot. They're running midway up and even high. Multiple racing groups with the wingless sprints and even the wing sprint cars. It's been nice to see this year with what Chad and Tina did with the layout for the racetrack. You know, our corners are now 70 feet wide.
Yeah.
Our front and back straightaway are 60 feet wide. So they evened out the banking a little bit, and it has just done a great job of helping the competition through all the different classes.
Yeah, for sure. More 3 wide. I've even seen 4 wide action as well here. You know, in the multiple classes. So it's going uphill. You know, it's going better. Like I said, everybody is a crew. Everybody here has done just a tremendous job on this track, and you know, learning it and prepping it and stuff like that. And you're just seeing good reviews across the board from everybody I hear all the time and stuff like that.
Dylan pulls off. I know you do have to do a little different. I don't know if he needs had to get some more heat into the motor or what, but going back in to check that out. You may see him back in a little bit. Larry back there, Larry Adams, I want to say thanks to him particularly. I haven't said thanks to him. He was here till 11 o'clock last night. He was here at 6 o'clock this morning. He is kind of the Radar O'Reilly. Okay, I'm dating myself. I love the show MASH. I don't know. Hopefully, y'all know who Radar O'Reilly is, but you know, he does everything. You know, around here. If it needs to be done, if there's not someone specific for the job, it's Larry doing it, and he's been working on getting our internet up and running so we can have a good quality signal for our TV and stuff. And he's just been working on a lot. So just want to say thanks to Larry for all that he does, and of course, Chad and Tina Chadwick, owners of Promotions, the new promoters. If you didn't know, if you're new or haven't been paying attention or lived under a rock or something, new promoters here this year. Chad and Tina Chadwick, they're doing an awesome job, and that's just, we're taking a step at a time and building better and better and better. And I can't wait 2 or 3 years from now, this place is going to be the best racetrack on the West Coast.
Yeah, for sure. It looks to be going uphill, like I said, and I mean, the sky's the limit of what they can do.
Katrina Niss out on the front straightaway. She does photography here too. If you're looking for pictures, another place you can get pictures. Heat racing time. Here we go. Heat racing hobby stocks for the Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks on the point for heat race number 1. They're going to do a little bit of packing right now, but on the point, the 16 car out of Antioch, California. Square Level Plum Concord Lucky Dog Racing League sponsorship out of Adam Kojala. Outside the front row, Michaela Taylor out of Oakley, California, and that's 7-8 with Kleiman's Racing Enterprises, Kleiman Motorsports and Kart Supplies.
And in your second row, in the number 78, that is going to be Kenneth Robles out of Rio Vista, California, and the Favorerola Trucking, Mama Bear Child Care. And to his outside is the 72 out of Manteca, California. That's going to be Mitch Enos and the Van Hoosier Enterprises. Maderos Transport Joe Blade Enterprises, number 72.
In row number 3 on the inside, the 27 car out of Merced, California, Stockton Produce, Miles Auto Care, RCM Racing Technologies, and of course the all-important wife. It is Craig Tatum on this outside. Tonight we got a very neat adventure tonight with the Haneys. We have 3 generations, John Haney, Gene Haney, and Colton Haney, all trying to make the main event for the hobby stocks. And in this race, it is Gene Haney out of Oakley, California with the Big Sky Investment sponsorship.
And in your 4th row, in the inside, the number 3 out of Antioch, California, that's Jewel Crandall. And to her outside is the 28 out of Merced, California, that is Chase All, sponsored by himself and his wife.
That's heat race number 1 as they continue to pack just a little bit. Looking forward to a lot of exciting racing action here tonight in the hobby stock ranks. 36, yes, count them, 36 cars here tonight. Crossing them up on the front straightaway. We're going to come around, go green flag racing next time by. Thanks for tuning in to Antioch Speedway TV, the only place to get all the action here at Antioch Speedway. Antioch Speedway TV.
8 laps. Top 3 transfer to the feature. The rest go to the B main. And your Jay's Mobile Welding heat race number 1, about to get set to go green. First heat out of 5 as they roll into turn 3. Kajala Taylor on the front row. They roll him slow in, and green flag's going to drop, and it's going to be Kajala out to the point. Mitch Enos is possibly trying to make it go 3 wide, and he's going to scoot. Oh!
Michaela Taylor spins off turn number 2 in front of the field. Everyone avoids her and keeps on going. We stay under the green flag. Battle up front. Enos tried to get up to the outside of Kajala. Going down the back straightaway into turn number 3, but at the line, it is Kajala out by 2.5 or 2 car lengths.
Oh, and the hood of Tatum flies off, and that's going to be debris on the front straightaway, and that's going to bring out the first caution. Meanwhile, also in the back straightaway, that's Kenneth Robles. Loops it around after the caution.
That car just spun hard all of a sudden.
Yeah, on the pins for Craig Tatum out of Merced, California. Possibly not going to be running with the hood for this heat race.
He got towed through and didn't even get a hot lap session.
Yeah.
Don't forget, My Race Pass is the place for following along here tonight. My Race Pass. It's a free app. All right, I think we got 1 lap in, 7 to go. Working on getting the lineup set. 36 cars showed up here tonight for the hobby stocks, and I can only imagine what's going to happen. We have an open show coming up next month in late October for the hobby stocks on how many are going to show up. That is going to be crazy. Lights out, going green flag racing next time by. So Texas style restart, the 16 car of Adam Kajala on the point. Row number 2, Mitch Enos on the inside. Robles on the outside, row 3. The 27 of Craig Tatum on the inside. 45 of Gene Haney on the outside.
As they slow him in to turn number 4. Adam Kajala takes the green flag. He's going to try to spit out to a lead. It looks like Mitch Enos is going to take the inside. He does not have anything for Kajala. He leaves room for Kenneth Robles on the outside. As you can tell, the track is still pretty moist as they kind of slow in to the turns right now. Kajala is going to lead the lap.
Down the front straightaway into turn number 1. We got a battle for second right now. 3 cars battle for that. Enos, Robles, and Haney. But Enos takes it coming off turn number 2 down the back straightaway. Robles looking right on his rear bumper into turn number 3. Meanwhile, further back, the 27 car spins around off turn number 4, as does Michaela Taylor.
Michaela Taylor. Oh, and also there's going to be Jewel Crandall that gets into Michaela Taylor, but they're all going to keep it going, and it looks like we're
Robles spins off turn number 2.
Oh, we have chaos all over the racetrack, and that's going to keep the green. The green is going to stay out, and Mitch Enos gets by Adam Robles, and he takes the lead.
We're halfway done, 4 down, 4 to go. Off turn number 2, Mitch Enos in that Duster on the point. The 16 car of Kujala in the second spot, Haney in the third spot. One car spins around right in front of the leaders. Yellow flag is out. That is Michaela Taylor once again in turn number 4.
She spins around, and she had the leaders coming right directly at her. Could have been bad damage right there.
Yellow flag is out, and the dust was kicked up a bunch. Couldn't see real well at that point either.
So she's going to get the black flag. I believe it is 2 and you're done here for the heat races. Or
One and done?
1 and done here. I'm sorry, for the heat races.
So the Haneys are hoping, or back onto that story real quick, they're really hoping that they all make the main event to get all 3 generations into the main event on one night. That'll just be that'll be kind of cool. So that is the hope for them. But they got a lot of cars to get through to get there. Working on getting the cars single file so we can get them all straightened away and get them all lined up properly. It may be hot, but it's still a beautiful night for racing. I mean, how can you go wrong at a racetrack? Got the lineup set. Just listening over the radio to make sure we got it all set. Ready to go. Give you the start lineup as it sits right now on the point. Mitch Enos out of Manteca, California in the 72 outside or inside, choosing the inside rows, the 16 of Adam Rocky Kujala. His nickname came from someone that's passed away. There's a story there we'll have to follow up on. Gene Haney outside the road, number 2. We got to swap the 27 and get him to the outside. So on the inside should be the 28 car of Chase Awe, and the 27 to his outside, Craig Tatum. Only the second place gets to choose inside or outside. Everyone else has to line up accordingly. And they're having a little trouble getting it figured out. In our third and final row, the 3 car of Jewel Crandall on the inside, and the 78 of Kenneth Robles.
Kenneth Robles. All right, it looks like they got the lineup all correct, and next time by should be green flag.
Last green flag was 19.75 seconds, 68.354 miles an hour.
4 in, 4 to go. Enos, Kajala, Haney. And they set to come out of turn 4. Green flag drops. Mitch Enos. Oh, and it looks like it's going to be Gene Haney tries to get into the inside of Mitch Enos. He denies him.
Haney getting a little bit loose coming up off turn number 2. That puts Enos a better run down the back
he
straightaway
gets a
to turn
tap
number
on the
3.
bumper.
Little chrome horn action. Battle back there for the 3rd spot. Mitch Enos 3 to go. Gene Haney driving back onto the inside, takes a look. That car just not sticking down there on that low side.
Oh, no, still a little wet. But he's giving them all he has. Kajala's up there. They're going to be seeing the white flag next time by. Mitch Enos is starting to pull a little bit on Gene Haney. Kajala, Tatum. The 28 of Chase Awe. And Kenneth Robles and Joel Crandall rounding out the field. As Mitch Enos sees the white flag, he's put some distance on Gene Haney. Gene Haney has to worry about Kajala now. Kajala takes the outside. Haney's going to move up, kind of block the position a little bit.
Mitch Enos coming up off turn number 4. Checkered flag in the air. Mitch Enos in that 72 car takes home the win. Gene Haney, the patriarch of the Haney family, takes home second. Third is going to be the 16 car of Adam Kajala. Fourth, those 3 cars transfer. Fourth is Craig Tatum in the 27. 5th is the 28 of Chase Awe. 6th will be Robles in the 78 car. And 7th will be Jewel Crandall. So our transfer cars are going to be Mitch Enos,
Gene Haney,
and Adam
Kajala.
Rocky down there. Heat race number 2 getting ready to roll off. Now it shows up. Heat race number 2 coming out like this. James Thompson out of Pittsburgh, California in the 18T, second in point, technically third in the points out of Hot Shots Motorsports Photography, Big D's Garage Doors, Chad Hammer Racing Engines. Outside the front row, the 47X of Angela Brown out of Antioch, California, the LB Vinyl on that car.
And in your second row, in the number 48, out of Brentwood, California, that is Jeff Betancourt. And to his outside is the number 24M out of Discovery Bay, California. That is Larry McKenzie, sponsors Delta Transmission, VictoryGraphic.net.
And inside row 3, the 584 of David Schneider out of Lompoc, California. Smart Autos, or Race Smart, Jack Roberts Construction sponsorship. Outside of him, the 05, Devin Belton out of Atwater, California, with J.R. Gross and Bree. Sue Bridges. He's only 16 years old in that car.
And in your fourth row, the number 6 out of Antioch, California, that is Dalton Jules with JK Farms, Antioch Vapes, and originally, if you guys, fun fact, originally Dalton is from Arkansas.
And he's definitely smoking out of that 6 car. But last I knew, it's just smoke coming out of it. It's not leaking anything. So. All right, that's our starting lineup for heat race number 2. A couple cars not making the call. Let's see, the 47X, Angela Brown, didn't make it. She's been having engine troubles, I know that, and they thought they had them fixed, but maybe not. So, check. Lights out, getting ready to go green flag racing. This next time by. Tim, you still got us? Okay, so we're still on TV, but not on the PA for some reason.
All right, our Jay's Mobile Welding heat race number 2, getting set to take the green flag. 8 laps to go. As the green flag drops, and James Thompson, Larry McKenzie. It's going to be Thompson to the point coming out of turn 2. It looks like Dalton Jules getting racy. He moves up to the 3rd position. Going to lead lap 1. It's going to be James Thompson.
Thompson got 12 points back from Bree Trowan, who is the de facto points leader with Travis Tucher not in the running anymore. So Thompson trying to get all the points he can to take home the championship. He's another one of those drivers. He was thinking about moving up to the IMCA stock cars, but wanted to make sure he had a chance to win a championship. So we'll see what happens. One car spins around over in turn number 4. That's Delton Belton out of Winton, California, sitting sideways down there in forward. Yellow flag is out. Oh, 05 spun all by himself over there.
I believe that's going to be one and done for Devin Belton. Going to send him to the pits. As we have 4 cars remaining on the track. 2 laps in, 6 laps to go. James Thompson has the lead. Larry McKenzie chooses the outside, and it's going to throw Dalton Jewell to the inside with the 48 of Jeff Betancourt rounding out the field. And looks like we're going to get on the radio. They're going to send him around one more time.
Magic green flag in the air.
Man, for some reason, it seemed like these guys were moving in this heat race, actually.
Thompson's fast. He's either in the penthouse or the outhouse. Runs really well, but has a lot of mechanical failures, unfortunately, in that 18T.
2 laps from a victory the last time when his, I believe
his entire exhaust system fell out.
Yeah, his exhaust system fell off. So, man, that was a heartbreak right there. But as they're coming to come around, they're going to round turn 3, come into turn 4. Fabulous Bob shows them the green flag. James Thompson jumps out to the point, and Dalton Jules makes the move on Larry McKenzie, and he jumps to the 2nd position. He's going to be chasing down James Thompson.
So Thompson in that 18T sliding it sideways through turns 3 and 4. He's got Dalton Jules on his rear bumper. That car may smoke, but it is fast. It's actually been the fastest I've seen that car run since it's been smoking all bad. As bad this year. I don't know what Chris did to it to make it as fast as it did. He locks up the left front going into turn number 3 that time.
Oh, yeah, he has it hooked up for sure. He wants to get this heat race win. As I believe it is 4 laps in, 4 laps to go, and he's stalking the rear end of that number 18T of James Thompson. Dalton Jules, not much going on down the rest of the field. Larry McKenzie running 3rd, and the 48, and that is going to be Jeff Bencourt rounding out the 4th position. Remember, the top 3 cars into the heat races are going to transfer, so that's going to be all of our cars except for Jeff Bencourt as of currently right now.
2 to go this time by. James Thompson up off turn number 4 down the front straightaway. He's got about 3 car lengths over the Dalton Jules number 6 car. There's about 5 car lengths back to Larry McKenzie. Those 3 cars in the lineup for transferring to the main event. Jeff Bencourt in that 48 car back there in the 4th spot. White flag coming out this time by.
White flag's going to come out for James Thompson. Dalton Jules not really losing much, but then again, he's not gaining much as well. They're both sitting in a transfer position anyways. As you can see kind of on the backstretch right there, James Thompson pulls away from the number 6 of Dalton Jules as they round out 3 and 4. Checker flag comes out. It's going to be James Thompson with the heat race win. Dalton Jules finished 2nd. The 24 of Larry McKenzie 3rd, and the 48 of Jeff Bencourt rounds out the field. Our top 3 transfer positions are the 18T, James Thompson, the 6 of Dalton Jules, and the 24 of Larry McKenzie. The 24M, of Larry McKenzie.
Last lap, a third. I guess I didn't get the time. Didn't work. So, with that, heat race number 3 coming up. Dustin Himes out of the 57 car out of Brentwood, California. Aero Control. See to it Cattle. Marjorie Farms and Quality Aero Maintenance and Kirk Welding sponsorship on that car. Outside the front row, the 5N, Alan Neal in the 5N out of Los Banos with Pallet Recovery Services sponsorship.
And in your second row, in the number 47 out of Antioch, California, that's going to be the Squirrel, Bree Troen, sponsored by Brentwood Auto Parts, Paul's Automotive Services, Ryland Racing, DeCarlo Racing Parts, Browntown Motorsports, Delta Graphics, Bob Newberry, Mom, Dad, and Scott. And to her outside is the 03 of Dakota Kelson out of Watsonville, California. And the California Tire, Mom and Dad, North County Placer, JB Auto Recycler.
In row number 3 on the inside, it is 74A out of Concord, McHugh's Auto Wrecking and Towing, Digger's Diner, George V. Arth and Son Auto Body, and Teresa Bales sponsorship, the 74A of Judy Arth. Outside that row, the 7T of Troy Tatum out of Merced, California, with sponsorship from Mom and Dad, Dustin, Smiley Automotive, Tatum Product, Produce, and Stockton Produce and RCM sponsorship.
And in the 4th row, the 47 of Gavin Griffiths out of Brentwood, California, the Lucky Dog Racing, Flat Tire Racing, Big Sky Investments out of Brentwood, California. Jay's Mobile Welding Heat Race number 3 set to take the green flag as they round out 3, coming out of 4. Dustin Himes gets on the loud pedal, and he's going to shoot out to the point in front of Alan Neal. The 03 of Dakota Kelson on the outside. The Squirrel's trying to make moves already. She's in the 4th position. It looks like they're going to call this one back.
Fabulous Bob saying, no. He didn't like that. He's giving Dustin Himes the don't do that again flag, as in pointing at them. So, yes, you're the leader. You still have to wait till the go zone. And PA system's back up and running, thankfully. All right, let's see here. Bree Troen she needs a win. There are points involved in wins, and she has a 12-point lead over James Thompson, who just took home heat race number 2. So, she look for her to try to take home this win, as she does each and every time she is out on the racetrack. She has had some bad luck this year. I've just been in the wrong spot at a time or two.
Yeah, for surely. And it looks like, I believe, green flag waves once again.
Better start that time.
Yeah, better start for Shirley. Dustin Heim still gets out to the point. Oh, he kind of makes a slip up. Here comes the 0-3.
Coming up on turn 2.
Dakota Kelson through the center. Oh, but it's going to be Dustin Heim.
Heim's going to spin to the inside.
Possibly through the infield. He comes back on track, but it's going to be the 0-3 of Dakota Kelson is going to take the lead, and that's going to put Himes all the way into the 4th position, as it looks like, as he battles Alan Neal for that 3rd place position. The Squirrel is sitting in 2nd. She's sitting in a transfer position.
That leader spins out on turn number 4. Kilson with the spin, put the Squirrel on the point. Rethrowing down to turn number 1 on the point. Kilson gets squared away.
Man, these guys are giving it away left and right.
Got, no, I think it's okay. Looking like there may have been a little bit of right front damage on that circle 3, but I just think that's the camera they have set into it. Meanwhile, up front, crossing the line, 5 to go, 3 down. The Squirrel rethrowing on the point. Outside 2nd, Alan Neal in the 5 end. It is Gavin Griffiths 3rd, 4th, Dustin Himes 5th, Judy Arth 6th, the 7T of Troy Tatum, and 7th is a circle 3 of Dakota Kilson.
Oh yeah, and the Squirrel, she's trying to run away with the nut right now. She's trying to get away from these guys.
Run and hide with the nut, I like that. The Squirrel up off turn number 2. She didn't know that she was in the points position she was when I talked to her earlier, so that has motivated her a little bit more. She really wants this championship. Coming up off turn number 4 and crosses the line, 3 to go.
Gavin Griffith is inching closer and closer to the Squirrel to see if he can get her. She makes it a slip, a little bobble coming out of turn 2, and he gains ground on the backstretch.
Griffiths has really improved over the last month or so of racing. He was a consistent, pretty well running mid to back pack, and the last couple races he is starting to run up front and now gets underneath the Squirrel off turn number 2. Taking it down the back straightaway, Gavin Griffiths with the lead. Here comes the Squirrel trying to get it back. Griffiths gets a little sideways. White flag in the air one more time around.
White flag in the air as he passes Bretrowen. But look at Dustin Himes possibly trying to make moves on Alan Neal as he's going to move around the high side. He bobbles, he sticks, he possibly almost makes contact with the wall. Moving up front, that's going to be Gavin Griffiths
up off turn number 4. The Squirrel down on the inside. Griffiths with the win. The Squirrel 2nd.
And Alan Neal and Dustin Himes, Alan Neal is going to finish 3rd, which he's going to be the final transfer position. And that's going to send Dustin Himes in the 57 to the B main event.
Judy Arth in the 5th spot. So Gavin Griffiths taking the win. Taking away that win from the Squirrel Bretrowen. Congratulations, Gavin Griffiths. First checkered flag of his career here at Antioch Speedway, taking home the win. Not what the Squirrel wanted to see. She needed that, needed those points for the win, but not able to do it. So that's going to do it for heat race number 3. With that, let's change the screen over.
Meanwhile, to say Gavin Griffiths won that from the back of his
Started
heat.
at the back of the pack. That's right. Heat race number 4 looks like this. Will Birch scheduled to start on the point in that 7-car Quality Air Romania Hot Shots Motorsports Photography. Outside the front row, Colton Haney out of Brentwood in the 46 car. He is the youngest of the Haneys. Lucky Dog Racing, Flat Tire Racing, and Big Sky Investments on that car.
And in your 2nd row, in the 76 out of Antioch, California, that is going to be Billy Bad Boy Gardner. Sponsor Maverick Racing, Mom, Robin, Grandma Carol, Rebello Racing, and Delta Transmission. And to his outside in the 01, that's going to be DJ Kelson out of Newman, on my spreadsheet it says Newman, out of Watsonville, California, sponsored by California Tires Mom and Dad, North County Placer, and JP Auto Recycler.
Row 3, the 29 of Jake Betancourt out of Brentwood, California, with Betancourt Brothers Construction. East-West Renewables outside him will be the 55 of Matt Kyle out of San Jose, California.
And the number 14, that is going to be the young Logan Fernandez out of Oakley, California. Sponsor Kleiman's Racing Enterprises, Kleiman Motorsports and Kart Supplies, Trevor's Junk, BS Racing, and East Bay Welding Supplies.
Heat race number 4 for the Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks on the racetrack. Follow all the action on My Race Pass, a free app, also a website. Coming around, Will Birch in the 7 car.
Colton Haney.
Green flag in the air. Down the front straightaway, Will Birch. Here comes Matt Kyle to the outside. 3 wide down into turn number 1. Matt Kyle drives right around Colton Haney of that 46 car. Kyle up off turn number 2. Takes the lead down the back straightaway. Starting in the third row. Matt Kyle takes the lead half a lap into this heat race.
I think he shifted that car into rocket mode because he just shot out of his starting position straight to the lead. And he looks like he's pulling away also from Will Birch in the 7 car. And it looks like we have 2 cars tangled up. The 14 of Logan Fernandez and the 29, it looks like, of Jake Betancourt.
Down the front straightaway into turn number 1. Matt Kyle has about a half a straightaway lead over Will Birch. Birch, first time out this year, running well. Billy Bad Boy Garner in that 3rd final transfer spot. The Colton Haney car in the 4th spot. But he gets to the outside of Billy Garner. Garner had trouble coming down the back straightaway. Put Colton Haney up into that transfer spot. But here comes Billy Garner fighting back on the inside.
Oh, yeah, they drag down the front straightaway, and it looks like it's going to be Billy Bad Boy Garner is going to take the transfer position coming out of turn 2. Sets his sights on the number 7 of Will Birch.
4 down, 4 to go. Matt Kyle down to turn number 1. 76.531 miles an hour. That car is flying 1764 on the stopwatch. That car is fast at 55.
He's gone. He
Birch
has a
slips
full
up the racetrack
straightaway.
at turn number 2. Here comes Colton Haney. He passes 2 cars for the price of 1. But Birch fights back on the outside going into turn number 3.
And here comes the Bad Boy Gardner. He wants to get into the mix. He wants to get into the transfer position.
Haney now up to 2nd after being 4th a lap ago. Great run by that young man in that 46 car. Meanwhile, a half a track in front of them. Matt Kyle crosses the start-finish line. 2 to go.
2 to go. 2 to go for Matt Kyle. But the battle is for 2nd position, and that is the 46 of Colton Haney, Will Birch, and the Bad Boy Gardner, Billy Gardner, as they all sit 2, 3, and 4 on the racetrack right now.
Matt
White
Kyle
flag
takes
comes
the
out.
white flag at the line. Down to turn number 1. He's just got 1 slow car in front of him to have to deal with. But meanwhile, up front, Colton Haney pulling away over Will Birch. Birch in that 3rd and final transfer spot.
And it looks like possibly some troubles might be going on for the Bad Boy, Billy Gardner. I heard something popping on his car down the front
Matt Kyle
straightaway.
takes a checkered flag. Here comes Colton Haney through turns 3 and 4. He's got about 2 car lengths over Will Birch. Give it to Colton Haney, the 2nd spot. Birch in the 3rd spot. Billy Bad Boy Garner in the 4th spot. 5th is going to be
Jake Betancourt.
Jake Betancourt in the 29 car.
And then rounding out the field is going to be the 14 of Logan Fernandez.
Matt Kyle, that car just made that move at the initial start and just never looked back. But Colton Haney making his way to the main event. The youngest of the Haneys. So looking back real quick. Gene Haney is in there. Colton Haney is there. And now they just got to get John Haney, who is coming up in our 5th and final heat race. So heat race number 5 looks like this on the points. Get the screen to switch. In the 20 car out of Concord, California, Hot Spots Motorsports Photography, Gonnerman Racing. It is Dan Gonnerman, who is outside the 26M out of Yuba City. Ace Hood Cleaning, Amsoil Racing, and Road Runner Drilling. It is a 26M of William Merritt out of Yuba City, California.
And starting in your 2nd row in the inside, it's the 21D out of Turlock, California. That is Demasi Scoggins. And the T&E Webster Brothers Racing, Scoggins Rental Services, Dr. Scoggins Inc., Mitchell Muffler, and the 21D. And to his outside is the lovely Lori Brown, the number 65 out of Antioch, California, and the HMA Hazardous Materials Assessment, Compton Studios, Unique Breeds, Joe Engine Shop.
And inside row number 3, the 71, Jackie Roberts out of Bakersfield, California, Smart Auto, Race Smart, and Jack Roberts Construction. He was outside the 44G, James Gracely out of Antioch, California, Freedom Alarm, and All Bay Answering Service.
And in your last row is a 44 of John Haney out of Brentwood, California, as they set to take the green flag. Oh, and it looks like it's a pushing match between the 21D and the 20.
Here comes John Haney just to follow this story along. He's trying for third place after starting at the back of the pack. He's to the inside of lovely Lori Brown. John Haney into our third and final transfer spot. Right now, the way it sits, we've got our 3 Haney boys, all 3 generations in the main event, but we still have 7 laps to go.
7 laps to go, and the 21D of Demasi Scoggins leads lap number 1 with Dan Gunderman sitting in the second position.
Dan Gunderman in that 20 car, losing a little bit of ground as Scoggins is pulling away. That car running well right now, 75-mile-an-hour lap that time. Dan Gunderman in the second spot, third John Haney, fourth lovely Lori Brown, fifth. It is the 71 of Jackie Roberts, sixth Gracely, and seventh is William Merritt.
Oh, yeah. Scoggins is on a runaway mission right now, trying to get away from Gonderman, with Haney sitting in the third position and the lovely Lori Brown trying to make her way into the A feature tonight.
2 B mains coming up tonight for the hobby stocks with 36 cars here this weekend. So top 3 transfer. Scoggins has the lead. Dan Gonderman second. John Haney third, final transfer spot. Lovely Lori Brown in the 4th spot. We're 4 down, 4 to go, coming around to complete lap number 5.
And Scoggins is just on a runaway mission right now in that number 21D.
John Haney closing in on Dan Gonderman in that 20 car. Of course, Dan Gonderman, normally a wingless sprint car driver. So stepping into the hobby stock this weekend with some fenders. As Scoggins comes up, 2 to go.
2 to go. White flag is going to be out for next time by. Scoggins had a 5th place finish the last time the hobby stocks were here. Looking to see if possibly he can do better, as he's going to see the white flag out, as he has a full straightaway advantage over Gunderman right now.
Scoggins on the point off turn number 2. The battle for second. Dan Gonderman has it. And lovely Lori Brown pulls to the inside. John Haney wants it. Here comes John Haney looking to the
Checker
inside.
flag's going to come out for Demasi Scoggins.
Scoggins takes home the win with battle for second. Gonderman, here comes. He transfers. John Haney, guess what, folks? We did it. We got all 3 Haneys into the main event directly. Lovely Lori Brown is not going to get 4th. The 4th will be the 71 of Jackie Roberts. 5th will be the 44G of James Gracely. So congratulations to Demasi Scoggins in that 21D, taking home heat race number 5.
And that is going to complete for our Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks heat races. Next, we have our IMCA Sport Mod heat races, 1 of 4 coming at you.
Going to do a little packing from what I'm hearing over the radio real quick, so we got just a second. Just want to say congratulations to all our winners and all the transfer folks. Mitch Enos taking home heat race number 1 in that 72 car. Heat race number 2, James Thompson took home the win in the 18T. Heat 3 was won by Gavin Griffiths. Heat 4 was Matt Kyle. And Heat 5, Demasi Scoggins. It's going to do it for our Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks, our IMCA Sport Modifieds coming out right now. Going to do a little bit of packing. Second to last points race. But you know, it's hard to find anybody that really cares about points this year. They're all just out having fun, running for trophies. So, heat race number 1. We got a gentleman who is always in line for a win here at Antioch Speedway out of Tracy, California. It is Casey Keller out of Tracy with Current Wright Civil Engineers and Surveyors, JR Custom Creations, and DeSilva Construction sponsorship, 2017 champion here at Antioch Speedway. To his outside, the 60K. Jimmy Ford out of Yuba City, finished in the points, second in points, up in Yuba City this season, or up in Marysville. Congratulations to Jimmy Ford in that 60 car with Scott Cams Racing, AMSOIL, and Stephen Jackie Simmons, Northwest Oils sponsorship on that car.
And in your second row, in the 156 out of Antioch, California, that is going to be Jacob Haas in the 156. And to his outside is the 100 RY out of Oakley, California. That is going to be Todd Klymans. sponsored Unique Breeds, CRT, Trevor Junk, Kleiman's Motorsports, BS Racing, GMS Solar, and AC Trannies by Tom, and TBX Graphics.
On the third row on the inside, excuse me, it's a 15P of the Kid Smooth, Andrew Pierce out of Oakley, Pro Motorsports, Monumental Insurance Services, and Stone Manure Money spreading sponsorship. He was outside the GR8, the great car of Tim Rowland out of Brentwood, California, with Mobile Solutions sponsorship on that car.
And in the 36, out of Salinas, California, that is going to be Alex Wilson, sponsored Dwayne Short, Frost Racing, D&H Towing, Inside Lines Vinyl. As Heat Race 1 gets ready to set to take the green flag, Casey Keller shoots out to the point ahead of Jimmy Ford. And Todd Climans is up there grinding on the cushion.
Get Casey Keller on the front, and it is hard to get him off. That car is always fast here at Antioch Speedway. Lap 1 in the books, 8 to go, or 7 to go.
7 to go, and remember also, top 3 transfer to the A feature for the IMCA Sport Mod class. Jacob Haas sitting in that transfer position as Casey Keller to the point and trying to run away from the field. Jimmy Ford sitting in second, Jacob Haas in third. Todd Klimans, Andrew Pierce, Alex Wilson, Chris Rowland rounding out your field.
Coming up off turn number 4, Casey Keller on the point. Jimmy Ford about a straightaway back to 156 is next. That's Jacob Haas coming into turn. Those are the 3 transfer spots right now. Todd Klimans is in the 4th spot on the outside looking in, and here comes that young Andrew Pierce in that 15P. 4 down, 4 to go.
Ooh, and it looks like the 15P, Andrew Pierce slips up. Turn 3 and 4, that allows Alex Wilson to get by him. And it looks like the 156 and the 100 are gaining ground on Jimmy, the second place position. 60K of Jimmy Ford.
Up off turn number 2, down the back straightaway, all by himself. Casey Keller on the point. Second, Jimmy Ford. Here comes the 156 to his inside. Jacob Haas trying to get there. Todd Klimans bounces up off the wall, up off turn number 2. If he didn't hit it, he was close enough. You might have got a piece of paper in between.
Oh, and it looks like the 36 of Alex Wilson blows up.
Problems for the 36 car. Coming up off turn number 4, now smoke in the air. Yellow flag is out.
Yellow is out, and it looks like possibly he may be leaking some fluid on the track as you see our leader 38 slide through turn 3 and 4 up to the wall.
You definitely see some fluid on the racing surface down there.
And he's gonna make a stop in the trying to go out of the pit exit.
Gets stuck on pit exit. 4 heat races for the IMCA Sport Modified here tonight. As we are under yellow flag for the first time in this IMCA Sport Modified event. A beautiful night of racing here at Antioch Speedway. Just want to say thanks for tuning in to Antioch Speedway TV. We know you have lots of choices in what you could do on a Saturday night. We do appreciate you taking your valuable time and money and spending it here at Antioch Speedway, even if it is only on TV at the moment and we can't have you here. We do look forward to having you back
when we can.
When we can. Unfortunately, it may not happen this year, but maybe. I'm hoping for the Thanksgiving weekend. I think that would be, if we can't have it before then, that would be awesome to have them here for Thanksgiving.
All right, as our lineup is set, 6 laps down, 2 laps to go, 2-lap shootout. Can Casey Keller hold out Jimmy Ford and Jacob Haas as they round turn 4? Green flag's out. Once again, Casey Keller shoots out to the point. Jacob Haas, and he's going to take that middle lane. He's going to kind of glide down to the bottom, kind of block Todd Klimans. Remember, top 3 transfer as white flag comes out for Casey Keller.
Casey Keller down the front straightaway into turn number 1. He has the point. Jimmy Ford in the 2nd spot. Here comes Jacob Haas in that 3rd spot. He's getting pressure from behind by Todd Klimans for that 3rd final transfer spot, but I think he's going to hold on. But here comes Klimans on the high side. Meanwhile, up front, checkered flag. Casey Keller takes home the win. 2nd, Jimmy Ford. 3rd is going to be the 156 of Jacob Haas. 4th will be the 100 RY of Todd Klimans. 5th will be Andrew Pierce. And the 15P. 6th will be the GR8 car of Tim Rowland. Congratulations to our 3 transfer cars. Of course, the winner, Casey Keller, taking home the win. Jimmy Ford and Jacob Haas. Learn how to spell, and that will be all set on there. All right, heat race number 2 as they roll out. Here's what it looks like on the point. Out of Yuba City, California, the 58M with Ace Hood Cleaning, Amsoil Racing, Roadrunner Drilling, Yuba City Scrap and Steel, Guy Beam Racing, Watson's Machine Shop, and TA Luker Engineering sponsorship on the 58M of Mike Merritt. Outside the front row, the 2C. Trevor Kleiman's out of Brentwood, California. Unique Breeds, Kleiman's Motorsports, Trevor Junk, Kleiman's Racing Enterprises, Aerial Control, BS Racing sponsorship on the 2C.
And in your second row, in the number 188 out of Pacheco, California, that is going to be Kenny Schrader in the GRT. Jimmy Schrader, his father, Cal York's Construction, Cutting Loose Hair Studios, Advanced Voice and Data, DeCarlo Racing Products. And to his outside is a 17B. That is Kevin Brown out of Oakley, California, in the Bridgehead Cycles, Bridgehead Cafe.
And in row number 3 on the inside, Nicholas Zapatero in the 75 car. He's going to move that to the 27Z, his former number in the hobby stock division, as he steps up for the first time this week. He's out of Antioch, Brentwood Embroidery. First stop, Wheels and Tires sponsorship on that car. To his outside, the 22M, Damian Merritt out of Ventura, California, with the race car out of Marysville, California. Man Cave Steel Solutions, CTA Prints, and designs by Original Randy sponsorship on that car. If you're not following along on the app, head on over and download in your store, your app store, whatever it is. Download My Race Pass. That is the place to be.
All right,
all the lineups and stuff.
As heat number 2 gets set down the back straightaway, 8 laps. Green flag's going to drop. Kleiman's and Merritt roll out of turn 4. Green flag drops in the air. And it's going to be to the point. It's going to be, it looks like Trevor Kleiman's on that high side. Is going to grab the point over Mike Merritt with Kenny Schrader, is in the inside. He's going to hold on to that third place position.
Trevor Kleiman's down the front straightaway into turn number 1. He's on the point, but here comes Kenny Schrader under Mike Merritt side by side. They almost touch. Kleiman's almost hits the wall on the exit of turn number 2. Down into turn number 3. They dive in there. Kenny Schrader gets sideways in the middle of 3 and 4 and loses ground and gives up that second position.
As he gives up that second position, and as we've seen, Trevor Kleiman's just brushed the wall so slightly, but holding on to that second position still is Mike Merritt. Kevin Brown wants to get racy with Kenny Schrader, and also as well as that 22M of Damian Merritt.
Mike Merritt on the second spot. He has Kenny Schrader all over his back door, and Andrew Wellborn,
Zapatero.
Zapatero, that was the old driver. Zapatero having trouble. The left rear on that seems awfully soft. Looks like they're running a really low air pressure. And he comes up off turn number 2 and it looks like it's almost hitting the wheel. As Trevor Kleiman tries to get around him on the high side.
He needs to understand that he is a lap car and let Kleiman get by him.
Fabulous Bob grabbing that blue flag with the yellow stripe. That's to tell him, leaders trying to pass you, hold your line. Trevor Kleiman's 3 to go down into turn number 1. The battle for second, though, is what we're looking at. Kenny Schrader, Mike Merritt. And Mike Merritt has it. Kenny Schrader was down on the inside. He slides up the hill and has to fall back in line.
All right, and it looks like Trevor Kleiman gets by lap track, but now he's going to try to run away from the field.
Kleiman's 2 to go.
Still, Mike Merritt is still holding off Pacheco, California's Kenny Schrader for that second position.
Up, white flag in the air one more time around. Kenny Schrader almost into the fence off turn number 4. He needs to be careful. He's going to lose that third and final transfer spot. Here comes Kevin Brown to his inside. Off turn number 2. Brown's still down there. Trevor Kleiman's coming up off turn number 4, but at the line, it is going to be Trevor Kleiman's with the win.
Mike Merritt holds on to the second position, and Kenny Schrader is going to fend off Kevin Brown for that transfer position. Kevin Brown's going to finish 4th, and then rounding out the 5th place position, that is going to be the 22M of Damian Merritt. And rounding out the field is going to be the 75A of Nicholas Zapatero.
Zapatero finishing back there. Trevor Klimans winning heat race number 2 for the IMCA Sport Modifieds. He transferred directly to the main event. Second, Mike Merritt in the 58M transfers to the main event. And Kenny Schrader almost gave away that third and final transfer spot, but able to hold on and makes it directly to the main event. Heat race number 3 coming out. On the point, this young man, see if he stays up there. Looks like he's going to. The 27M out of Oakley, Severn Medal. Oakley Ace, Les Schwab of Oakley, mom and dad sponsorship. M27 of the kid, Jacob Mallet Jr. to his outside. The 19C out of Oakley, Klimans Racing Enterprises, Klimans Motorsports and Kart Supplies. It is Tom Klimans Jr.
And in your second row, in the 327 out of Merced, that's going to be Dwayne Short. And to his outside, in the 626 out of Modesto, California, that's going to be Tony Perfer. Tony Perfer out of Modesto, California.
Tony Pfeiffer in that 262. Then we have Mark Garner, our points leader, coming into the night. The Oakley, California driver of Sabrina's Pizza, VFW Post 6435, all-spec sheet metal, Robella Racing, and Shocks by Stone Motorsports, East Bay Meal Prep, BHE Enterprises sponsorship. And at the back of the pack, the 7J, our winner last time out for the Hetrick Memorial Race. It is Fast Freddy Ryland with Free the Excavating, Rick's Power Coating, Ryland Racing, Wares Machine, Dirt Defender, Composition Carburation, Close Racing Supply, and Bassett sponsorship on the 7J of Fast Freddy Ryland. Lights out. We're going green flag racing this next time by.
Fabulous. Bob has the green flag in hand. Green flag's going to drop for Jacob Mallet Jr. as he's going to lead the point. No, it's going to be Tommy Klimans Jr.
That car pushed up the hill there in the middle of 1 and 2.
Oh, yes, it did. Fred Rylands on that cushion, seeing what he can do upstairs.
Tom Klimans Jr. down to turn number 1. Jacob Mallet Jr. second. Then he got to 262 of Tony Pfeiffer in that third spot.
Three wide
coming up
for the
turn
third
number
position.
2. Fast Freddy Ryland goes up through the gut and gets up that second spot.
And he's going to get by Jacob Mallet Jr.
Jacob Mallet Jr.
Now he sets his sights on Klimans Jr.
Fast Freddy Ryland, one hard to beat in that 7J. Comes up off turn number 2, down the back stretch. Looks to the outside this time of Tom Klimans Jr. Up on that cushion comes Fast Freddy. He crosses over. Not able quite to get underneath him.
Oh, and he's on that rear bumper as well, just stalking it.
Down on the inside this time.
Klimans Jr. makes a mistake. He slips up. And the inside goes Fast Freddy Ryland.
Fast Freddy on the point now. Coming up off turn number 4. 4 down, 4 to go. We're halfway done in this 8-lap heat race. Top 3 transfer. Those top 3 right now. Fast Freddy Ryland, Tom Klimans Jr. And give it to Mark Garner coming up off turn number 2. It was Dwayne Short going into turn 1. Garner picks up that third final transfer spot coming up off turn 2.
He picks up the third and final transfer spot.
Garner had to be looking out this upcoming week on Wiley's Race Report. Nice interview with Mark Garner. Talked a lot about his dad, who passed away 5 years ago yesterday. 2 to go this time. Fast Freddy Ryland on the point.
2 to go for Fred Ryland. And once he got the lead, he never looked back. He's running away from our second place position. Tommy Klimans Jr. It looks like Mark Garner's gaining some momentum. Also in the number 19C. He wants to possibly see if he can advance and get to the second place position as white flags out for Fast Freddy Ryland.
That battle for second down to turn number 1.
It's getting heated.
Klimans Jr. coming up off turn 2. Mark Garner in that third spot. He dives into turn number 3. Meanwhile, up front, Fast Freddy Ryland at the line with the win.
And it's going to be, for a second, Tommy Klimans Jr. with Mark Garner rounding out the transfer spot.
Dwayne Short in the 4th spot. 5th is going to be the Tony Pfeiffer car. 6th will be Jacob Mallet Jr. Jacob stepping up from the hobby stock division. Last lap, 15:88 on the stopwatch, 85.013 miles an hour. Fast Freddy Ryland with heat race number 3. He transfers. Tom Klimans Jr. transfers, and our points leader, Mark Garner, transfers directly to the main event. Heat race number 4 looks like this on the point. Out of Watsonville, California, with R&J Landscaping standard sheet metal, this 22 car of Adrian Frost. And on the outside, the 05 car of Jared Muncie. out of Atwater, California, HomeNet Realty and Western Drywall sponsorship.
And in your second row in the 83 out of Bakersfield, California, that is going to be Jason Nation in the Woodhouse Unlimited. And to his outside in the 30S, that is Doug Haggio out of Prunedale, California, Twisted Motorsports, Mid-State Fleet Repair, M&M Motorsports, Sandblaster Services.
At the back of the pack inside of row number 3 out of Pittsburgh, California, Select One Realty, Mike's Appliance, Reinhold Engineering, Construction, Tax Speed and Machine, United Transmission, Pyrotech, DJ's Bolt Shop. It is the 112 of Crash Chuck Golden. And to his outside, it is our 2019 defending champion in the Sport Modified ranks out of Antioch, California. It is with Custom Roof and Custom Tile Specialist, Antioch Muffler, 6 for Less, MD Wireless, Black Diamond Builders, Unique Breeds, Pro Motorsports, WB sponsorship on the 12 car. It's the Iceman, Tommy Frazier. Doing a little more packing, getting ready to go. Green Flag Racing. 4th and final heat race. Top 3 will transfer to the A. So I said it wrong. Jared Mounts is a proper pronunciation. I do apologize for that. Coming around, should get the 1 to go signal this time. Got all the officials off the racetrack. Lights out, going Green Flag Racing. That Adrian Frost car has control of the field at 22. One of the cars that participated in, I think, all the races during Speed Week, if I remember correctly. As did Mounts. He was at least at a number of them. Coming up, bringing him around slow.
Oh, yeah. Fabulous Bob has our green flag in hand. And here we go. Green flag's out. Mountain Frost. Oh, and it looks like Nation wants to get racy. He slides into the inside of Adrian Frost. It looks like he's going to drag Jared Mounts down the back straightaway. Jason Nation out of Bakersfield, California takes that second position. Here comes the Iceman to third already in a transfer position.
Tommy Frazier up to the 3rd spot, but he's got a battle on his hand as Jared Mounts looks to the inside, but Mounts has to back out of it. Coming up off turn number 2, dives back into turn number 3. The battle for the 3rd and final transfer spot as we have a battle for the lead. Give it to Nation as they cross the line down the front straightaway into turn number 1.
Oh, yeah, Nation, he's going to shoot out to the lead past Andrea Frost, and it looks like Mounts and Frazier drag down the back straightaway. Who's going to take that 3rd place position? And it looks like Tommy's going to have high side momentum as he hikes that left wheel up.
Down into turn number 1, our leader, it's Jason Nason out in front by about 3 car lengths over Adrian Frost. Then we got Tommy Frazier. Then we have Jared Muntz, the 30S of Doug Hagiao, and the 112 of Chuck Golden at the line. 4 down, 4 to go.
Oh, and it looks like Tommy Frazier's going to try to put a move on Adrian Frost. Or Adrian Frost, I'm sorry.
Adrian Frost on the high side, Tommy Frazier on the low side. Up off turn number 4, the Frost car has the advantage at the line down the front stretch into turn number 1. 2.5 laps remain. Tommy Frazier up to 2nd.
Up to 2nd, he's going to make the move on her. As you can see, the track is starting to get a little dusty. The track's starting to dry out. White flag's going to be next time by. Oh, and she wants to get...
Adrian Frost on the inside of Tommy Frazier coming down the front straightaway. Falls back in line coming up off turn number 2 down the backstretch. Those 2 battling for 2nd. Down into turn number 3. White flag in the air.
White flag in the air for Jason Nation.
Tommy Frazier now has a comfortable 3 car length lead over Adrian Frost coming up off turn number 2. White or checkered flag coming out this time by. Coming down off turn number 4.
Checkered flags out for Jason Nation in the number 83. 2nd is the Iceman, Tommy Frazier. 3rd is the 22 of Adrian Frost.
Not a bad way to start. You said that the 83 car had never seen dirt until today. Well, just won his heat race. That's not a bad way to do it.
Oh, yeah. Rounding out your field is going to be the 30S of Doug Haggio in 4th, the 05 of Jared Mounts, and the 112 of Chuck Crash Golden rounding out the field.
It's going to do it for our heat races for the IMCA Sport Modifieds. With our 3 transfer cars, Jason Nation, Adrian Frost, and the Iceman, Tommy Frazier. We have our main event partly set with the IMCA Modifieds. With that, we're going dirt modified racing. Switch over to that screen, and our starting lineup for heat race number 1 looks like this. This car yesterday belonged to Buddy Niss. Now it belongs to TJ Etchison out of Watsonville, California. It's the 1E. On the outside, it's the 03 of Vacaville's very own Flying Hawaiian Kimo Areta with Hot Shots Motorsports Photography and Vallejo Masonry sponsorship.
And in your second row in the 74 out of Santa Rosa, California, that is Chris Sawicki. Chris Sawicki. And to his outside is the 14K, brand new race car out of Oakley, California. That is Buddy Niss.
In row number 3 on the inside, Brian Cass out of Livermore, California in the 55 car with Hothead and Ryland Racing sponsorship. To his outside, the U81, Bobby Mott Jr., former champion here out of San Pablo, California. With MF Trucking, Mr. Bill's Race Cars, Sunhaven Builders. He was a 2017 champion here at Antioch Speedway.
And for the IMCA class, it looks like all of our cars are going to transfer into our A feature, saying that we only have 18 cars entered for our A mods tonight.
Again, to keep an eye on My Race Pass. My Race Pass for all the lineups, finishing results and stuff. That is the place to go, My Race Pass. It is a free app. As we get into and get the timing loops and stuff, we will have, of course, live timing and scoring when the time finally comes. All right, coming around, we're going to give them the 1-to-go signal this time. Give them going green flag racing next time by. The DiCarlo boys coming up next race in the same race. Terry DiCarlo buying a new to him anyway, race car, going modified racing again after running the sport super stocks for a while. Lineup is all set. Chris Sawicki on the point. Coming around, we're going green flag racing this time by.
Kimo Areta, Chris Sawicki are going to see the green flag. Green flags come out for Chris Sawicki. Looks like Kimo Areta is going to have...
Look at Kimo go on the high side. Up off turn number 2, down the back stretch into turn number 3. Sawicki comes back on the inside, but Areta has him covered. Coming up off turn number 4, Brian Cass is trying to get involved in this action as well.
Brian Cass being sneaky on the inside.
Here comes
He's going to try to... He's going to... Oh, they're going 3 wide. But still, Sawicki to the second position. 55 of Brian Cass catfishing on the bottom. Him and Buddy Niss get together.
Slight tap between those two coming up off turn number 4. Right now, Brian Cass has that third spot. Here comes Buddy Niss on the high side. Down into turn number 3, side by side. Meanwhile, up front, the Flying Hawaiian Kimo Areta starting to pull away ever so slightly over Chris Sawicki. And here comes Brian Cass underneath Sawicki, trying to pick up that second spot now with Buddy Niss back in the 4th spot.
With Buddy Niss slipping back to the 4th position. Kimo Areta's doing really good. It looks like on that high side on that cushion. He's starting to pull away from Sawicki and Brian Cass. 4 laps in, 4 laps to go. And he kind of slips up a little bit. Allows Sawicki to gain a little momentum on him.
Kimo having trouble down there in turn number 1. Got a little bit loose. He lost a bunch of ground, but picks it back up the rest of the lap. Sawicki still battling Brian Cass. Sawicki at the 2nd spot, carrying that left front tire through turns 1 and 2. Brian Cass to his inside, down the back straightaway into turn number 3. Cass down on the low side, Sawicki on the high side. Side by side off turn number 4, 2 laps to go.
2 laps to go. And it's still Brian Cass still kind of struggling. It seems like the outside is still the dominant lane right now, as the track still has a lot of moisture, it looks like, into it. As they're going to see the white flag for Kimo Areta. And this time it's going to be Brian Cass at the line.
Cass down into turn number 1 out in front of Chris Sawicki. He sets his sights on the Flying Hawaiian Kimo Areta, but he's got too far to go and not enough time to get there. As Areta comes up off turn number 4.
Checkered flag.
Kimo Areta going to take home the checkered flag. Brian Cass second. Third is going to be that Chris Savicki car. And fourth will be Buddy Niss. And fifth will be, I think, Bobby Motch Jr. He even headed right off the racetrack right afterwards. So congratulations to our winner, the Flying Hawaiian, Kimo Areta.
As he wins heat race number 1.
Not a bad way to start the day for Kimo. With that, we head on over to heat race number 2, and the starting lineup looks like this on the point. Out of Bakersfield, California, Woodworks Unlimited sponsorship 198. That's Robbie Sawyer to his outside the 29 seat. Out of Oakley, California, Snap-on Tools by Kenny Norman, Ryland Racing, Rick's Specialty Powder Coating, Wish and Fate Designs, Mom and Dad, GRT, BHE Suspensions, Behave Signs and Designs. It's Aaron Crowell on the 29C.
And in your second row in the 84X, that is JC Elrod out of San Martin, California, and the WRB Construction. And to his outside is the 17T of Terry DiCarlo Sr. out of San Martin, California. And the Jay's Welding, CBT Racing, Baxter Built, DiCarlo Racing products.
Terry DiCarlo out of Morgan Hill, California. And it was in inside row 3 out of Martinez. It's Quick Nick DiCarlo. Jay's Mobile Welding, CPT Racing, Baxter Built, DiCarlo Racing Products sponsorship on that car. To his outside, the 83 car, winner of our Hetrick Memorial Race a couple weeks ago. Pro Motorsports, Antioch Muffler, Black Diamond Builder sponsorship for the 83 car of Kellen Chadwick. It is the blue 83 here tonight. He's got a blue one and a white one. Running the blue one here tonight for Kellen Chadwick. Doing just a little bit of packing on the high side. This track actually surprisingly holding moisture quite well considering as hot as it has been today. I'm Wiley Wade. He's Joe Peterson. We are your host here at Antioch Speedway each and every Saturday night and on Antioch Speedway TV. Thanks for tuning in. We do appreciate your time. Keep an eye on our website at www.antiochspeedway.com. If you haven't noticed, when you click on the schedule and results, they are now one tab. It takes you to the My Race Pass page where it gives you all the updated information. That's an app you can download. I've found that, personally, I found my experience, the app works better than the website does. As I'm trying to use it on my computer, it's not working quite as well as it does on my phone. So, but either way, it is a handy place, a much better schedule and layout on that for all the results and schedule coming up and all that fun stuff.
Let's not forget, this is round 3 for Freedom Series for the Big Kahuna George Stites Memorial.
That's right. This is the Big Kahuna George Stites Freedom Series race number 3. The first two are Memorial Weekend and the 4th of July weekend. So we are in the third and final event of the year. I want to say thanks to the Stites Towing and the Stites family for sponsoring this 3-race series here at Antioch Speedway.
As we get set to go green flag for the second heat race, and it's going to be the Rebel Rouser. Robbie Sawyer shoots out to the point, but here comes the crazy man, Aaron Crowd, to his inside, and it looks like they're going to call that one back.
Fabulous Bob didn't like that. Saying, showing him where the orange cone and tire is down there.
That looked like that was about to get racy.
Just going to take practice too, and then it'll get racy. Lights back out, going green flag racing again this time by 8-lap heat race. Heat race number 2 of 3 for the IMCA Dirt Modifieds.
As they come in slow once again, Robbie Sawyer. This time green flag waves. They're kind of even across the line. And it's going to be, Robbie Sawyer slides up. Aaron Crowell, they drag down the back straightaway.
At one point through turn number 2, they were 4 wide. JC Elrod was the loser in that. He fell all the way back, but up front, Robbie Sawyer on the point. Aaron Crowell second. Quick Nick DiCarlo third. Terry DiCarlo fourth. JC Elrod now back around Casey Keller. And passes Terry DiCarlo, and here comes Kellen Chadwick.
Here comes Kellen Chadwick trying to make his way on the inside, but still going to be Robbie Sawyer leading the point over Aaron Crowell and Nick DiCarlo. As you can tell, as Wiley said, the track still has a lot of moisture, and it looks like JC Elrod and Kellen Chadwick kind of get into it for that fourth place position as Terry DiCarlo almost spins in 3 and 4. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain for Aaron Crowell right now as he stalks the rear end of Robbie Sawyer.
Coming up off turn number 4, Robbie Sawyer on the point. Aaron Crowell second, Nick DiCarlo third, JC Elrod fourth. Here comes Kellen Chadwick underneath JC Elrod. That battle for the fourth spot. Up off turn number 2. Kellen Chadwick has to fall back in line. Now he dives down to the inside into turn number 3. Gets side by side. Coming up off turn number 4, slight advantage, but JC Elrod has the advantage of the high side speed down the front straightaway.
Oh,
this time, Elrod has a problem at turn number 1. Give it to Kellen Chadwick.
Quick Nick DiCarlo's inching so ever so slightly as Aaron Crowell bobbles. Put quick Nick DiCarlo into the second position with 2 laps to go. Can he catch the rebel rouser, Robbie Sawyer?
Nick DiCarlo, winner of the Speed Week race here on that Wednesday night race here about a month ago.
White flags out.
Car. One more time around is Robbie Sawyer down the front straightaway into turn number 1. Quick Nick DiCarlo second, Aaron Crowell third, Kellen Chadwick fourth, JC Elrod fifth, and Terry DiCarlo in your 5th spot.
Through 3, coming out of 4. Seeing the checker flag, it's going to be the rebel rouser, Robbie Sawyer. With quick Nick DiCarlo in second, the crazy man, Aaron Crowell, Kellen Chadwick, and JC Elrod. And it's going to be Terry DiCarlo Sr. rounding out your field.
Last lap of 15:71 on the stopwatch, 85.933 miles an hour. Give it to Robbie Sawyer, heat race number 2. All right.
It looks like Kellen Chadwick's exchanging some hand gestures to the 84X of JC Elrod.
They're just sharing a brownie recipe. That's all. On the point inside heat race number 3 out of Watsonville, California. Driving a 6:03. Actually, it's out of Salinas, California. JP Auto Recyclers. It's Clay Daly outside the first row. It is a 228 out of Oakley, California. Delta Transmission. Jess and Scott Foster, Delta Graphics, Dragon Custom Flooring, and Elusive Eyewear sponsorship for Jeff Brown.
And in the second row, in your inside, the 49 out of Oakley, California, that is going to be Tricky Troy Folger, the Southern Country's lubricated all-flow muffler and auto repair Chuck's brake and rear all-spec sheet metal, PFC brakes, 49 Troy Folger, and the number 6 to his outside is Jim Pettit II out of Prunedale, California. And the JB Auto Recyclers WaterTech GRT Race Cars JGE Motorsports. Number 6 of Jim Pettit.
On the inside of row number 3, it is a 22 car of Robert Marsh out of Salinas, California. With Mom and Dad sponsorship on that car. And to his outside, Ryan Porter in the 14P out of Atwater, KT's Tanning. Merced Chevrolet, 12384 Motorsports, Angelo Machine, JR Restaurant Equipment, Borba Family, the D&D Pest Control, Smith Truck Repair on that 14P for Ryan Porter. Our pole sitter, Clay Daly, in the 6:03. If you remember, he had trouble in our hot lap session. He did not make the call. He was running Jim Pettit's backup car. Something happened, and obviously not able to make the call for the heat race. Hopefully they can get that car out here for the main event. But right now, we have 5 cars instead of 4, so that'll move Tricky Troy Folger up to the point and put Robert Marsh in that 3rd starting position. Going to give him the one to go this time by. This is our final heat race of the evening. Thanks for tuning in on Antioch Speedway TV. Thanks to Stites Towing and Stites family for sponsoring tonight's activities for the Big Kahuna Stites Freedom Series race number 3. A 3-race series spread out over the course of the summer, Memorial Weekend, 4th of July weekend, and Labor Day weekend. There was a change, if you didn't notice, on take a look at Turkey Day weekend. We are having a 2-night show. Friday night, the 27th, I believe it is. We're going to have the hobby stocks. The Jay's Mobile Welding hobby stocks will be here with the winged and the wingless sprint cars. The IMCA modifieds and sport modifieds and hobby stocks on Saturday night of Turkey Day weekend.
Green flag drops for Jeff Brown and Troy Folger. Troy Folger is going to jump out to the point in front of Jeff Brown. Pettit, Marsh, Porter rounding out the field. Oh, and it looks like Tricky got Tricky.
Tricky Troy Folger on the point. Here comes Jeff Brown. He's on the outside.
Oh.
Jim Pettit down on the low side. Pettit and Brown almost get together. Put Pettit up into the second spot as he works around Brown into turn number 2. Down the back straightaway into 3. Up off turn number 4. It's Tricky Troy Folger.
Oh, yeah, Tricky Troy is doing his disappearing act right now ahead of Jim Pettit. And it looks like Ryan Porter's going to slide Jeff Brown. And they're going to drag down the back straightaway.
That left front of Tricky Troy Folger didn't touch the ground from about midway through turn number 1 all the way down the back straightaway, about halfway down the back.
Oh, and it looks like Porter slows down the front straightaway, and he gets tagged in the rear end by Jeff Brown, but he's going to make it off the racetrack.
We stay under green. Tricky Troy Folger halfway done. 4 down, 4 to go. Jim Pettit in that second spot. Robert Marsh in the third spot, and Jeff Brown spins in turn number 4.
Yellow flag's
is
out.
We got a car stopped on the pit exit.
It looks like the 14P of Ryan Porter has stopped and pit exit, so he's going to need a push to his pit.
Tricky Troy Folger, he's our points leader, but you want to know what? I mentioned that to him earlier. He does not give a lick.
At all.
He is here to win races. He goes, if I finish second to somebody, I'm finishing second. He wants to win. That's what he's all about. So comes into the night. 2 nights remaining. Tricky Troy Folger, Jim Pettit, first and second. Third is the 22 of Robert Marsh out of Salinas, California. Crossing them up, Jeff Brown in the 228 out of Oakley, California, in that 4 spot.
Lights out, four down, 4 to go. As Troy Folger's going to see the green flag come out.
Jim Pettit takes the low side, puts the 22 of Robert Marsh on the high side. Coming around Texas-style restart. Green flag in the air.
Green flag in there for Tricky Troy. And does Jim Pettit have anything? No.
Down on the inside. He pushes up the hill. He keeps second. Falls behind Tricky Troy down the backstretch.
Man, Tricky Troy is really just using that right rear up as much as he possibly can.
Tricky Troy Folger, Jim Pettit, Robert Marsh, and Jeff Brown, your running order. Coming off turn number 2 down the back straightaway to turn number 3.
As they come to 2 laps to go. Tricky Troy's literally just running away with this heat number 4 for your IMCA Modifieds.
Yet again, not touching the ground at front until halfway
Jeff
down the
Brown.
back straightaway.
Does he have anything for Robert Marsh? As they come to the white flag, they drag down the front straightaway. Oh, they're side by side. Jeff Brown, they're still side by side. Pretty good battle for the 3rd place position as Robert Marsh is going to take it possibly. Oh, Jeff Brown
4.
really throws it in.
Tricky Troy takes home the win. Jim Pettit second. It is going to be Robert Marsh in the 3rd spot.
And Jeff Brown's going to take the 4th.
He's going to cross the line into 4th spot. So Tricky Troy taking home another win here tonight. Now trying to set his sights on the main event coming up in just a little bit.
And that's going to do it for our heat races here at Antioch Speedway tonight. As we get set to, I believe, are we doing track prep?
Getting set to intermission time. Thanks for tuning in here at Antioch Speedway on this beautiful Saturday night. Yeah, I know it's hot, but that's okay. It's a beautiful night for racing here at Antioch Speedway, and we are racing. And we appreciate you tuning in on this Saturday night for another exciting, fun-filled evening racing at Antioch Speedway. Thanks for tuning in. I want to say thanks to the Stites family and Stites Towing. Also want to say thanks to Cresco Equipment Rentals, another proud sponsor here at Antioch Speedway. Delta Transmission, Quality Aero, some other sponsors. We'll be back in a little bit. Right now, here is the audio from this past week's Wiley's Race Report.
Hello, race fans. I'm Wiley Wade, and this is Wiley's Race Report.
race fans, I'm Wiley Wade, and this is Wiley's Race Report for Saturday, August 29th, 2020. That's right, we are through the end of August already, if you can believe it. Hey, this upcoming weekend on Saturday, September 5th at Antioch Speedway, where action is the attraction, we have the Big Kahuna George Stites Freedom Series race number 3. That is right, the third and final race in this 3-race series. The first 2 were Memorial Weekend and the 4th of July weekend. In that weekend of racing, we're going to have the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sport Modifieds, and the J's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks all in action for you. And you don't want to miss it. The only place you can see all the action is, of course, on Antioch Speedway TV. Go to AntiochSpeedway.tv and sign up and subscribe for this weekend's racing, the Big Kahuna George Stites Freedom Series race number 3. Want to say thanks to the Stites family and Stites Towing for sponsoring this 3-race series. This past weekend at Antioch Speedway on the 29th of August 2020, we had 4 classes in action, including the Super Stocks, Tri-State Pro Stocks with a special show. The Wingless Sprint cars were there, the Delta Dwarf cars, and the Valley 4 Bangers. With the 4 Bangers, Jess Palladino took home the win over yours truly. We'll get into that a little bit later on. In the Delta Dwarf cars, Spanky took home the win. That's Mike Grennert driving the 12 in. He took home that main event win for the Delta Dwarf cars. The Wingless Sprint cars saw DJ Johnson take home another win on this 2020 season. And in the Super Stocks, Tri-State Pro Stocks, we had a 24-car field for night 1 of a 2-night special series for the Tri-State Pro Stocks. They ran on Petaluma on Sunday. But on Saturday night, Richard Brace, driving the 401K, took home the main event win. Some changes to our website, a lot of changes, but if you want to check things out on the results schedule page, it now takes you to another website. If you go to www.antiochspeedway.com, up on the top bar, click on results schedule. It's going to take you over to the website My Race Pass. My Race Pass is new. We just signed up for it. It's a great place to go. It's going to give you all the lineups, all the entries, all the finishing orders, all that good stuff coming up on My Race Pass. You can also, of course, there's an app for it. Download the app so you can go on Saturday nights when we're racing. Before we have things out on the racetrack, you can even look on the app and say, oh, look, my favorite driver's there tonight. It'll give you all that information. When we get to the point where we have the live timing and scoring, that will also be on the app. So it's free. Go get it. My Race Pass. That's the place to be for all the stats and stuff, the lineups and stuff on My Race Pass. We've been talking about the IMCA stock cars coming to Antioch Speedway for the 2021 season. Well, guess what? Just announced a couple days ago, we're going to give you a sneak peek. That's right. The IMCA stock cars have been added to the Bill Bauer Memorial Race on October 2nd and 3rd. So the IMCA stock cars, if you have one, you want to come race, you want to see what they look like, you can watch it all on Dirt Oval TV. That weekend is a special event. From what I understand, there's going to be some star factor to that event. I can't give any more details right now, but pay attention. That one is going to not be on Antioch Speedway TV. That is a special paid event on Dirt Oval TV. So that's the place to be for that weekend. But this weekend, of course, Antioch Speedway TV is the place to be. So over my 28-year career as a race announcer, I've been able to interview tons of NASCAR stars, IMSA stars, Trans Am stars, lots of different racing personalities, owners, drivers, crew chiefs. I've been able to interview movie stars, TV stars, musicians, politicians, just all kinds of people from all kinds of walks of life that you would know if I started naming names. This week, I have to say, for my weekly interview, is the most interesting interview, or maybe the weirdest interview. Not because of what this person says, not because he's like the most interesting person in the world, not because he's famous, not because he's done anything special. It was interesting or weird just because of who he is. I give you myself. This week, my special guest is me, Wiley Wade. Take a look. Today I'm here with myself, Wiley Wade. First of all, Wiley, you're looking great.
Well, thanks, Wiley. You look good too. Thanks for having me on.
First thing I want to ask is, what's your racing background? What's your racing history?
My racing background starts back in 1986 is when I first got my hands involved in racing. besides just watching it on TV. Watkins Glen International, it's their first year after reopening. They were getting ready to have a NASCAR race in August of that year, and in June of that year they had what was called the Firestone Firehawk Series. It was a streetcar series, basically, with 3 divisions in it. And Burger King, if you bought a meal or something, you got a free ticket for this race, and it was a 24-hour race. I was 16 years old, didn't have my driver's license quite yet, still trying to get my driver's ed done, but had my motorcycle. So hopped on my motorcycle and went up to Watkins Glen to watch the 24-hour race. Get up there walking around the paddock area on Friday before the race and met a team out of Daytona Beach, Florida. I can't quite remember their name, but they were driving a Dodge Omni, if you remember what one of those was, a little hatchback. And after talking to them for a little bit, I noticed they didn't have a whole lot of guys around, and I'm not one to shy away from asking if people need help. And so I asked them if they needed any help. They said, sure. So they snuck me into the pit area, and I worked for them for the 24-hour race, had a blast. Went back in August for my first NASCAR race, and absolutely just pulling into the racetrack and seeing the first Winston Cup car, as they were called back then, go by. It's like, this is what I want to do. I want something to do with this. And the next year I got hooked up with another Firestone Firehawk team, Speakman Racing, out of just outside Baltimore, Maryland. I helped them out for a couple years in that race as well, doing those 24-hour races. That was a lot of fun. That led to, in 1989, prior to the Winston Cup race, Bud at the Glen it was called back then, each night from Monday through Friday, a different city in the area around Watkins Glen had a race show where Winston Cup cars would come in and for show cars, and you have driver autograph sessions and whatnot. And the Horsehead show, I believe, was a Tuesday or Wednesday night of that week. Dave Marcus was one of the drivers at this event that I went to, and I got to talking to one of his crew guys that ended up being his crew chief. And just in conversation, again, I said, hey, you guys need any help this weekend? If you're not sure who Dave Marcus was, he was an old independent. He was the last of the independents back in the day. He always raced with wingtip shoes on. Did a lot of work with Richard Childress Racing, kind of their test team, so to speak. But anyway, the crew chief said, come back to tomorrow night's show, and I'll let you know. So I went back the next night down in Elmira, in New York, and he said, yeah, Dave said, come on in. So I ended up volunteering for Dave Marcus whenever I could get to a race, mainly at Watkins Glen, Pocono, for 5 years. In the midst of that, in 1990, my would-be, soon-to-be first wife and I met somebody and got to know her family. And her dad had a DIRT dirt race car in upstate New York. And I was offered the opportunity in April of 1990 to drive that car at Evans Mills Speedway. Here I was, 20 years old, never driven a race car, and driving a modified up in Evans Mills, just outside of Watertown. And had a blast. Absolutely loved it. Crashed my first time out as it was April, the ground was still thawing, and a big hole developed in turn 3, and my steering broke when I hit it during the main event, and just nowhere to go, head on into the wall. But had an absolute blast. I did well enough that I was asked later in the year to substitute for another car. So that was my first couple driving experiences. My parents lived right next to a race shop. It was, well, technically it wasn't a race shop. It was part of a car dealership, an outbuilding they had that one of their employees used to run his dirt modifieds out of. And I got to know them and started helping them out every week, going to Black Rock Speedway and Woodhull Raceway, and just had a blast doing that. Got an opportunity at one point for another friend to run his car at Woodhull Raceway in a mechanics race, which had a blast doing that. Woodhull Raceway, that place is amazing. Real high bank, dirt oval, and just absolutely love that. Later on in the 2000s, I continued got into radio, and we'll get into that in a minute. But later on in the 2000s, 2007, I bought a Dorf car and ran that for a season. But due to family issues, being a single dad, I wasn't able to continue having two kids as a single dad and do the race car, so I had to give that up. How'd you get into race announcing? How'd I get involved in race announcing? Well, let's start back a little bit. It's something that I absolutely love doing, and I started out performing in public when I was around 4 years old, getting up on stage in church and singing, and in a school singing, and been doing plays and whatnot. So I've always been in front of people, and it's never, band. I was in band, of course, and choir, and just had a lot of fun and enjoyed being in front of people performing. And in high school, me and 3 friends had a DJ business. We'd DJ some dances. And then I told you about working for Dave Marcus. Well, in 1991, July of 91, I was getting ready to go down to Pocono for the second race of the year. And I called up the local radio station. Dave Rockwell was his name. He was a program director, but he had what was called the Rockwell Motorsports Report. It was a 5-day-a-week during the race season covering local racing. And he did some NASCAR stuff as well. So I just called him up and said, hey, I'm going down to Pocono. Here's what I'm doing. Can I call you in any information? He said, sure. And he gave me a number said, call in and record it. So I did and went down. And while I was down there, I also got into helping Bob Brevac, on a side note, in the 1990 ARCA champion. So in 91, I went down and he needed a spotter. And he was friends with Dave Marcus, and they ended up putting me up on the roof. So I got to spot a number of times for Bob Brevac. So that was a lot of fun. But anyway, back to the story. When I got back from Pocono, I got a phone call from Dave Rockwell. He said, can you come down and see me? And I said, sure. I went down and saw him. And he offered me a job to work at the radio station. And so I started in radio there at the summer of 91. And the following year, when NASCAR came back around, we were broadcasting from the racetrack. And as time went on, I did that, broadcasted from Watkins Glen International for 21 years, to the point where the last number of years we had a studio at the racetrack. I got to interview all the NASCAR drivers and a lot of stars and politicians and stuff. That it was just a whole lot of fun. So that's how I got my start in announcing. So how did you end up at Antioch Speedway? I ended up at Antioch Speedway back in 2012 or 13. The radio station I had been working for 22 years, sometime in 2013, 22 years, changed direction in how they were doing Watkins Glen. And the following year, so they told me they didn't need me that year, but the following year they got out of racing completely is what they were working towards. But in 2014, my son and I, Zach, went out to Antioch just to watch the races in June of that year. And at the end of the night, I went up and introduced myself to John Myers, my predecessor at Antioch, and just kind of gave him my background and stuff, just talking with him. And he told me, well, next time you're here, come on up, I'll throw you on the mic for a race. So we went back the next week, and he didn't kick me out, invited me back, and I ended up doing working with him most of the rest of that season. And in August, he said, you know what, I'm going to take my first summer vacation I've had in 20 years. You can handle it. And he went on vacation. I did the last race before Labor Day. In 2014, we didn't run Labor Day. And so I did the race. We had the Labor Day weekend off, and he was gone for 2 weeks, came back. And as my memory serves, he didn't say hi, how'd it go? He didn't say, ask me how it went. He just came up, said, congratulations, you're the new announcer at Antioch Speedway. And I was like, wow, okay. That was not my goal at that point in time. I thought maybe if at some point in time, maybe when he decided to get out, I could be there and step in and fill his shoes. I didn't realize it was going to happen that quickly. And to make sure he couldn't be talked out of it when he was there, if you don't know the story, he bought a house and moved back to where he grew up. So I got into Antioch thanks to John Myers after letting me test out my skills there at the short track, it is definitely different than announcing at a road course like Watkins Glen International, where I'd done before. You have a new racing adventure you just started this past weekend. Why don't you tell me about that? So my latest racing adventure, well, you see it right here. A week and a half ago, from where I'm talking to you right now, I bought this four-banger. I want to say thanks to Tom Climans Jr. and Trevor Climans. They hooked me up, sold me the car.
All right, that's audio from this current episode of Wiley's Race Report. Here, the rest head on over to Antioch Speedway by Promotions or Antioch Speedway Announcer on Facebook and YouTube, and you can see and hear the whole interview with Wiley Wade on this latest episode of Wiley's Race Report, talking about just coming up the four-bangers. Folks, we got four-bangers being built. We got four-bangers getting bought. This is a place you want to go, a division you want to be in, so head on out and get yourself a four-banger if you're thinking about it. Give me a yell, and we will help you set up. Trevor Kleiman said he'll build some four-bangers and help people out get started as well. We want this division to take off here at Antioch Speedway. With that, it is time for the Star Spangled Banner, and I talked about Deborah Benson earlier this evening, and let's bring her back out. She did a rendition of the Star Spangled Banner for us. She is part of the DNF crew here at Antioch Speedway. So here she is, ladies and gentlemen, Deborah Benson with our rendition of this week's Star Spangled Banner.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Deborah Benson from the DNF crew here at Antioch Speedway with our rendition of the Star Spangled Banner here tonight. Thank you very much, Deborah. With that, it is time to go B racing, B mod. Hobby stocks first. We got two B mains for the hobby stocks, one B main for the sport modifieds. And our starting lineup. For B feature, number one for the Jay's Mobile Welding hobby stocks, as yours truly, Wiley Wade and Joe Peterson, step back into the booth after the intermission again. If you want to see and hear the entire episode of Wiley's Race Report, head on over to Antioch Speedway by Promotions on Facebook, Antioch Speedway Announcer on Facebook and YouTube. That's where you can catch all of that. Thanks for tuning in. Starting lineup. Looking like this. With Jay's Mobile Welding hobby stock B main. Number one. Two of them, 36 cars showed up tonight for the hobby stocks. On the point of the first one, the 27 car out of Merced, California, Stockton Produce, Smiles Auto Care, RCM Racing Technologies, and of course the very important his wife, Craig Tatum, in the 27 car outside the front row. The 57 car out of Brentwood, California, had a good run. Aerial Control, C2 at Cattle. Marjorie Farms, Quality Aero Maintenance, and Kirk Welding sponsorship. Dustin Hines just missed the transfer spot in that 57 car.
And in your second row in the 71, in the inside out of Bakersfield, California, that is going to be Jackie Roberts. Yeah, my spreadsheet says Bakersfield, California. The Smart Auto, Race Smart, Jack Roberts Construction, Spanky Machine, and Lloyd's Transmission. And to his outside in the 74A, that is going to be Judy Arth out of Concord, California, and the McHughes Auto Wrecking and Towing, Digger's Diner, George V. Arth and Son Auto Body, Teresa Bales Machine.
That's
That's where these come from. All right, inside row number 3 out of Antioch, California. It's a 44G. Freedom Alarm, All Bay Answering Service, the 44G of James Gracely to his outside, the 47X. Hopefully she can make it. She didn't make her call for the heat race. LB Vinyl's the sponsorship. Antioch is her hometown. She's driving to Monte Carlo. It's the 47X of Angela Brown.
And in your 4th row, in the 14 out of Oakley, California, it is the young Logan Roberts. The number 14.
Fernandez.
Logan Fernandez. Logan Fernandez. And Clyman's Racing Enterprises, Clyman's Motorsports and Car Supplies, Trevor's Junk, BNS Racing, and East Bay Welding Supplies. And to his outside is going to be the 3 Jewel Crandall out of Antioch, California.
Inside row number 5 in the ninth starting spot out of Merced, California. With Mom and Dad, Dustin, Smiley's Automotive, Tatum Produce, Stockton Produce, RCM. This is 7T of Troy Tatum, who is outside the 65 car out of Antioch, California. With HMA, Hazardous Materials Assessment, Compton Studios, Unique Breeds, Joe's Engine Shop. It is the 65 of lovely Lori Brown.
And last but not least, rounding out the field is going to be the 28 of Chase Awe out of Merced, California, sponsored part by him and his wife.
That's our starting lineup for B-Main number 1 for the Jay's Mobile Welding. Hobby Stocks. Dustin Himes not making the call at this point. I'm going to say he finished his heat race and seemed to be running okay. Not sure what happened here. Why he's not making the call for the B-Main. Taking a look back there for him. A beautiful night for racing here at Antioch Speedway. Thanks for tuning in. 14-lap B-Main. Top 3 transferred to the A-Main. So you're trying to be in the top 3. Going around slow, waiting to see if Dustin Himes is going to be able to make it out. Right now, no Dustin Himes. Pack him in just a little bit. Put down a little bit of water in the intermission. Ran the tow trucks and the DNF crew through it. Don't forget, coming up next Saturday night, we're going racing again. That's right, we're racing every week through the end of October. You don't want to miss all the fun and excitement here at Antioch Speedway. And you can see it all on Antioch Speedway TV, except for coming up on October 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. That event will be on Dirt Oval TV, as that is our sister network. That's the platform there where we feed through. And we're going to have multiple cameras and a special guest, most likely, in the booth as well. But next week, we got the Delta Dwarf cars, Super Stocks, Tri-State Pro Stocks, New England Sprint cars, and the Valley Four Bangers next Saturday, the 12th of September. On the 16th, Wednesday night, it's a test and tune and open practice. Then on the 19th, it's IMCA Championship night with the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Northern Sports Modifieds, and the Hobby Stocks, all back in action on September 19th. On the 26th, it's a Tommy Thompson tribute with the Super Stocks, Tri-State Pro Stocks, New England Sprint cars, BCRA Midgets, and the hard tops for the Tommy Thompson tribute. 1 to go signal. Giving it to starter. Stan, we're going racing. Next time by. Put the 27 car of Craig Tatum. He is on the point in that yellow car. He had to get towed through the racetrack during hot laps, and now he finds himself on the pole position for B-Main number 1. To his outside, supposed to be Dustin Himes, put Judy Arth there. Dustin didn't make the call.
As they get set around turn 4, green flag is out, and it looks like it's going to be Craig Tatum jumps out to the point ahead of the 78A of Judy Arth.
Judy Arth down the back straightaway into turn number 3. She goes in high. Tatum on the low side, but Arth in that 74A getting a little bit of pressure from behind by the 71 car of Jack Roberts.
Craig Tatum still out to the point, 1 lap down, 13 to go. Oh, and it looks like
Judy Arth was entered high and came down low, and there was a car sitting on the inside of Jack Roberts, and they smashed into each other. They both keep going. Our leader down into turn number 1, Craig Tatum. Judy Arth in the second spot. Here comes the 28 of Chase Awe.
Chase All rounding out all the way from the rear end of the field, is making his way up to the second position, trying to make the pass on Judy Arth, and he does. Now he's going to chase down your leader, Craig Tatum. Can he make with 11 laps? Or I'm sorry, there's only 3 laps in, 11 laps to go. Trying to run down your leader.
14 laps right now. Our 3 transfer cars. Craig Tatum, then the 28 of Chase Awe, and the 71 car of Jackie Roberts.
Top 3 right now in the transfer position. And as you can tell, as they redid the track, so the track kind of still has some moisture, still a little wet. As you can see, the 27 of Craig Tatum keeps sliding up the racetrack ever so slightly, allowing Chase Awe to inch ever so slightly closer to him. Now Chase Awe is peeking on the outside of Craig Tatum.
Tatum that time, if you notice, went down in turn 1. He was on the very bottom of the racetrack.
We have a car going backwards. And that looks like to be, I can't see.
I think it's a Troy Tatum, the 7T.
The 7T, yes. The 7T of Troy Tatum going backwards on in turn 4, and that's going to bring out the caution.
Waiting to hear if it's 4 down or 5 down. So on the point, it is a 27 car of Craig Tatum out Texas style restarts. That's going to put Chase Awe in the second spot. Not sure if he's aware of the Texas style restart at the moment. Hearing someone's dropping parts out of the bottom of the race car. Okay, there we got him. So Awe takes the high side, puts the 71 car of Jackie Roberts down on the low side. Row 3, the 44 of Gracely on the south side with Judy Arth. Row 5 looks to be Jewel Crandall on the inside, and Logan Fernandez outside, and at the back of the pack, the 7T, the reason for our yellow, Troy Tatum out of Merced.
As they get set to take the green flag, Craig Tatum's going to take the green flag, but here comes Chase Awe already across the line, and I think he inched him across the line. And
I think Bob's going to call that one back.
I think so. No, it looks like he's going to allow it to go, and it's going to. Oh, and it looks like the 71
spins out of
Jackie Roberts. Yeah, spins out of the transfer spot. But Chase Awe from the tail of the field in only 6 laps is leading this B feature. Craig Tatum sitting in second, and that's going to put the 44G of James Gracie in that third position for that transfer spot.
Here, someone has a left rear flat. Hearing over the radio, I can't see which one it is yet.
And it looks like they're going to give the black flag to that number 17T. The 7T of Troy Tatum. Meanwhile, Chase Awe continues to lead the field. It looks like he's pulling away a little bit on Craig Tatum in that second position.
Judy Arndt up to the third spot.
And it looks like the 71 of Jackie Roberts gets by the 44 for that transfer position.
Now that's the fourth spot. Third is
I'm sorry.
Judy Arndt in the 74. She's in the transfer spot. So now Jackie Roberts got to get up there and pass Judy at the moment. Our leader, meanwhile, spinning out in turn number 4, goes
Chase
around.
Awe loops it around.
Give the lead back to the 27 car of Craig Tatum.
But he's still in that second place position. He's still in a transfer spot. He can still possibly make it into the A feature. Oh, and it looks like he gets into the side of
having trouble
Tatum.
Getting around the Troy Tatum car, who's received the black flag. Jewel Crandall I think that was Jewel Crandall spinning in turn number 4.
Man, there's all kind of chaos going on the track right now in this B feature. I believe with 3 laps to go. And it is
big time flat right rear on that 7T.
Oh, yeah, and it looks like he's going to bring out the caution. I don't know if he's going to possibly
try
make
to get
it
off. He's going to come to a stop. Well, we'll see.
No, it looks
Across
like
the line, 2 to go. So our leader, Craig Tatum, takes 2 to go. Second place, the 28 car of Chase Awe. Third place, third and final transfer spot right now is Judy Arth, but she has a battle on her hands going into turn number one. from
Jackie
Roberts.
Jackie Roberts gets into the side of Judy Arth, and that's going to allow also the 44G of James Grayson, but checker flags out for the number 27 of Craig Tatum. Chase Awe is going to get the second position. It looks like Jackie Roberts is going to take that final transfer position into the A feature.
Aw's having a little trouble. He's going slow down the back straightaway, but meanwhile up front, Craig Tatum takes home the win, transferring to the main event. Awe is going to cross the line in second. He's got damage in that race car, though, but he finishes second. And third will be the 71 car of Jackie Roberts getting that third and final transfer spot. Fourth is going to be Gracely, and fifth will be Judy Arth. Craig Tatum into 27 going to the main event. '28 is getting bumped back one spot due to the jump on the start. B main number 2 for the Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Sox. Again, the top 3 transfer to the main event. On the points, out of Brentwood, California, it's a 48 car of Jeff Benecourt. Outside the front row, it's a 76 car out of Antioch, Maverick Racing, Mom and Robin and Grandma Carol. Robella Racing, Delta Transmission sponsorship on the car. It's Billy Bad Boy Garner.
And in your second row, it's the 05 of Devin Belton out of Atwater, California. J.R. Gross and Bree Sue Briggs. And to his outside is the 29 of Jake Betancourt out of Brentwood, California, in the Brentwood Brothers Construction East and West Renewals.
In the third row on the inside, out of Rio Vista, California, with Fabler Trucking and Mama Bear Child Care, the 78 car of Kenneth Robles. To his outside, it is the 03 car out of Watsonville. The Circle 3 of Dakota Kilson, California Tire, Mom and Dad, North County Plastering, and JP Auto Recycler sponsorship.
And in your fourth row, the 26M out of Yuma City, California, is William Merritt. And the 26M, Ace Hood Cleaning, Amsoil Racing, Roadrunner Drilling out of Yuma City. And to his outside in the 584, that is David Schultz out of Lombok, California. And the Smart Auto Racing, Smart Jack Roberts Construction, Spanky's Machine, Lloyd's Transmission.
On the back row in the ninth starting spot inside row number 5, the 01 out of Watsonville, California Tire, Mom and Dad, North County Plastering, and JP Auto Recycler. That is DJ Kilson. In the final starting spot in that 10th outside row, it's the 71A. Out of Oakley, California, Climate's Racing Enterprises, Climate's Motorsports and Car Supplies, Trevor's Junk, BS Racing, East Bay Welding Supply. It is Michaela Taylor. That is our starting lineup for tonight's B-Main number 2 for the Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks. Coming around to the green flag in the air, Jeff Benecourt. In that 48, Billy Bad Boy Garner down the front straightaway into turn number 1.
As they come out of turn number 1, it looks like it's going to be Betancourt going to lead the field over Billy Gardner. And here comes that 05, the 16-year-old Devin Belton.
Up off turn number 4, down the front stretch, 3 wide for that third and final transfer. Oh, Billy Garner drives off the racetrack in a hurry. Drop him out of the running. Put the 29 car of Jeff Betancourt up at the second. Third is the 05 of Devin Belton out of Winton, California, in third.
Kenneth Robles in that fourth position with the 03 Dakota Kelson on the outside. They're going to try to go 3 wide for that third place position. He's going to get it.
Robles gets squeezed coming up off turn number 2. He had to get out of the gas, put the Circle 3 up into the third spot. For that third and final transfer spot, Jeff Betancourt is our leader in the 48 car. This 29 of Jake Betancourt is in the second spot. Third is the Circle 3 of Dakota Kilson. Fourth is the 05 car. That's Devin Belton. And fifth is Kenneth Robles.
Oh, Kenneth Robles is making moves, trying to get around that number 5. Meanwhile, the 01, that's going to be DJ Kelson, is sitting there on the high side. Oh, and they all won. They're all 2 cars are going to get by that 05 of Devin Belton as he's still catfishing on the bottom, and he runs into the tractor tire.
He hit that good.
He runs into the tractor tire, but he's going to keep it moving on the racetrack, and that's going to drop him back a couple positions out of a transfer or back further down the field.
Back up front, Jeff Betancourt comes up off turn number 4 at the line. He's got Jake Betancourt about 5 or 6 car lengths back. Here comes that circle 3 of Dakota Kilson. She is all over the back bumper. Battle for second up off turn number 2. Down the back straightaway into turn number 3. Dakota dives on the inside. Can't quite make a move. Inside coming up off turn number 4.
Might have gave Jake Betancourt a little bump in the rum.
Looks like a little bit of fender chrome bumper rubbing right there on turn number 2. Later, up off turn number 4, Jeff Betancourt. At the line, 6 laps to go.
6 laps to go for Jeff Betancourt. And still the battle on the track is that 03 of Dakota Kilson and that 29 of Jake Betancourt. Jake Betancourt kind of slides up, but he still holds off for that second position.
Making that car nice and wide as he is trying to hold on to second. The good thing is, if he gives it up and only loses 1 spot, he's still in a transfer spot down the back stretch. But here comes the 01 of DJ Kilson. He's getting involved in this. It's going to be a 3-way battle for second in just a minute.
And your leader is already running through lap traffic with 4 laps to go. DJ Kilson, he wants to get into this main event. He is stalking the 03 of Dakota Kilson. Oh, and he's on the high side.
Battle for third.
No.
Down into turn number 1. They touch. Brother and sister sponsor in those 2 cars in the circle 3 in the 01. 2 to go this time.
2 to go, and still holding on to that second place position. That is Jake Betancourt over Dakota Kilson. Now DJ Kilson inches ever so closer to his sister, and he tries the high side of the track.
White flag in the air one more time around. Down the front straightaway into turn number 1. Jeff Betancourt has control of this field. Jake Betancourt in that second spot. Dakota Kilson in that third spot. She's got about 2 car lengths over brother DJ. Coming up off turn number 4. Checkered flag in the air. Jeff Betancourt with the win. Flag
and
the flag.
DJ Kelson's going to get by his sister to take over that transfer position away from Dakota Kilson. She slips up and coming out of turn 4. But DJ Kilson shoots off of the racetrack early, so I don't know if there's going to be troubles for him trying to get that car into the feature tonight.
Not sure why he left so quickly, but he did pass her coming up off turn number 4 and pick up that third and final transfer spot. So Jeff Betancourt with the win in the 48. We're going to have a couple laps from Dylan Bloomfield coming out right now. So Jeff never took the lead earlier, never looked back. So our main event is set for our Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stock race. All right, Dylan Bloomfield coming out with his sprint car. Joe, this young man was supposed to just practice sprint car racing, run in the sprint car this year and then race next year, but did so well at the beginning of the year just practicing that his car owner said, no, we're going racing with it.
Yeah, and I mean, I can see why he would say that. I mean, since I've seen this kid get on track, it's just, I mean, in the sprint car, it's just, I've never seen him outside of the top 5 unless something, you know,
last week was the first time, and that was because he blew up.
Yeah, something tragic happened. So, I mean, he has skills for sure at such a young age. And like I said, I mean, sky's the limit for this dude.
With that, getting ready for the B main for the Sport Modifieds. All right, you look at our list here. Who are you picking? Who's going to take home the win in this thing? We got Todd Kleiman's up there on the point. Well, let's give the starting lineup while we have a minute. On the point, the 100 RY out of Oakley, California. Unique breed, CRT, Trevor Junk, Clemens Motorsports, BS Racing, Jim Solar and AC, Trannies by Tom, and GBX Graphics. It is Todd Clemens. Outside the front row, Kevin Brown, another one to watch out for out of Oakley, California, with Bridgehead Cycles, Bridgehead Cafe, and his wallet sponsorship on that car.
Yeah, and then in the second row, you have the 327 out of Merced, California. That is Dwayne Short and the Parking Authority Towing, D&H Towing, Inside Line Graphics, Sal Tacos, Shock Shop. And to his outside is the 30S of Doug Hagel out of Prunedale, California, and the Twisted Motorsports, Mid-State Fleet Repair, M&M Motorsports, Sand Blast Services, Extreme Car Wash.
That's not a bad sponsor to have if you get parking tickets. Sponsorship from the parking folks. All right, with that, inside row 3, the 15P. A young man who just got a new car, Pro Motorsports, Monumental Insurance Services, Stone Manure Money Spreading. The 15P of Kid Smooth, Andrew Pierce, out of Oakley, California, to his outside, the 22M out of Marysville, California. It is Man Cave Steel Solutions, CTA Prints, designs by Original Randy, the 22M of Damian Merritt.
And then in your fourth row, the 226 of Tony Pfeiffer out of Modesto, California, in the WC Maloney. And to his outside is the 05 out of Atwater, California. That is Jarrett Mounts in the HomeNet Realty Western Drywall. Jared Mounts.
In the ninth starting spot, inside row number 5, it's the great car, the GR8 of Tim Rowland out of Brentwood, California, with Mobile Solutions sponsorship on that car. To his outside, stepping up first night in a sport modified after running partial season in the Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stock out of Antioch, California, driving Andrew Wellborn's old car. He just bought it from Andrew with Brentwood Embroidery, first stop wheels and tires. It's Nicholas Zapatero.
Oh, yes. And then in your sixth row, in the M27, that is Jacob the Kid Mallet Jr. out of Oakley, California, in the served metal Oakley Ace, Les Schwab's of Oakley, mom and dad sponsored M27. And to his outside is the 112 of Chuck Crash Golden. And the
Golden out of Pittsburgh.
Yeah, out of Martinez, in the Select One Realty, Mike's Appliances, Raidhart Engineering Construction, Tax Speed, and Machine.
And at the back of the pack, out of Salinas, California, with Dwayne Short, Frost Racing, D&H Towing, Inside Lines, Vinyl, and MLK Smoke Shop, it is Alex Wilson. Not sure if he's going to make it. He had to get towed off last time, or during the heat race. He may have blown up. Not sure. I don't see him.
And for this B feature, it's going to be the top 8 that's going to transfer to our A main for the IMCA Sport Mods.
Top 8 out of 12, I think, out there, right? Only 11 made the call. So we have Alex Wilson didn't make it. Tim Rollins didn't make it either. The GR8 car is not out there as well. Lights out, going green flag racing this time by Todd Clemens. Has had that race car for about 3 days. Got that new skin put on it, got it wrapped, and out here running and trying to make his A main tonight. Coming around, he has control of the field. Around turns 3 and 4. Coming up to the orange cone, green flag in the air. Todd Clemens, Kevin Brown down the front straightaway. Kevin Brown on the point into turn number 1. Todd Clemens down on the low side. Here comes that 30S of Doug Hagel on the high side. He picks up the second spot, coming up off turn number 2, down into turn number 3.
Oh, and Todd Clemens spins it around in front of the field. Luckily that nobody hit him. And it looks like he's going to possibly bring out a yellow. Yes, he does.
Gets it refired, rolls away. Spun all by himself down there. I believe it'll be 2 and done for the B mains.
So on the point, Kevin Brown in that 17B took home a main event last year in that 17B. Looking at this year's 7 made the A-main 7 times this year with 4 top 10s so far for Kevin Brown, trying to make the A-main again. Working on getting 22M of Merit down to the inside. Only the second place car gets to choose the high side or low side. There we go. So Kevin Brown of Texas Style Restart gets a row to himself. Second place gets to choose the high side or low side. He chooses the low side this time. Puts the 5N of Jared Muntz on the high side. Row 3 is a 22 of Damian Barrett.
As they all start to rear in each other as we get set to go green flag racing.
4 wide coming up off turn number 4.
Oh, Jared Muntz shoots out to the high side. He's going to try to get around 3 wide. Oh, Kid Smooth sitting in the center of 1 and 2. And that's going to bring out another yellow.
Tony Pfeiffer over there as well on the inside of turn 2. Andrew Pierce sitting sideways in turn number 1. He was involved, the 262 of Tony Pfeiffer.
Yeah. They are all rear-ending each other, as you can see, and kind of all getting on the binders a little bit too early.
We got a little shenanigans going over there. Brake checking. Looks like some problems on the front end of Andrew Pierce's car. So we talked about the schedule real quick. Get back on the schedule while they're cleaning up this incident over at turn 1. We talked about the Tommy Thompson Tribute. That is the special hardtop race coming up on September 26th. Then on October 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, it is the Bill Bowers Memorial. The first is a practice night. The 2nd and 3rd, they'll be racing. This is what was called last year the West Coast Nationals. It is renamed to the Bill Bowers Memorial. We'll have the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sport Modifieds, and the IMCA Stock Cars on both nights. Night number 1 and night number 2. On number 2, this is not a bad payout. $5,000 to win the dirt modified race and $2,500 to win the sport modified race come Saturday night.
Oh yeah, that's a pretty good purse. I think the largest purse this year for California.
No, good one there. On the following weekend on October 10th, it's another special weights. Of course, that's what October's all about, special races, right? The Donna Soares Larry DeMintz Memorial and Hall of Fame night. We'll have the Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks, Super Stocks, the Tri-State Pro Stocks, the Wingless Sprint Cars, and the Valley Four Bangers. That should be, trying to think, I believe that is the final points-paying night for the Hobby Stocks and Four Bangers for sure, because that's the last race for the Four Bangers. On the 16th and 17th, of October, it's a special 2-day show. It's a Dwarf Car Open. 2 nights of racing there. The Wingless Sprint Cars will join in on the action on the Saturday night, the 17th. On the 24th of October, again, a special race month. The Hobby Stocks have their own special show. It's the open show for the Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks. They'll be joined by the Super Stocks, Tri-State Pro Stocks. And then the Halloween night, candy for the kids. It may be virtual, but candy for the kids, IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sport Mods, Super Stocks, Tri-State Pro Stocks, and the Wingless Sprint Cars. And then the Turkey Nights, 1 and 2 on the 27th of November. Hobby Stocks, Wingless Sprints, and Winged Sprint Cars on night 2. IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sport Modifieds, and the Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks. That's the remaining schedule for 2020 here at Antioch Speedway, where action is the attraction. Joe, I cannot believe we're talking about the end of the season.
Yeah, well, we really didn't have much of a beginning of the season, so.
No, it's very weird.
Yeah.
All right, hey, I think we're getting ready to go racing.
Yeah, Fabulous Bob shows them the 1 to go. Kevin Brown on the point. Still, I believe, only 1 lap in, so 13 to go. As Kevin Brown shoots out to the point, green flag drops. Jared Mounts trying to goes up to the top. Doug Hoggiel slips once again. We have trouble. It looks like Andrew Pierce, and I believe it's the 100 RY of Todd Kleinmans.
Yep, looks like Pierce got sideways, got loose going down in turn number 1 and spun it around.
First night out in that race, or second night out in that race car.
Yeah.
He drove it 2 weeks ago, so this is the second night in that race car. Andrew Pierce spinning down there in turn number 1 all by himself. Taking a look at the replay on the screen down the front straightaway. Andrew Pierce just from the bottom side spun and came up.
And it looks like the 100 RY of Todd Clemens pulled off the racetrack. It looks like he had a left front.
Down into turn 1, lost it, and backed up into the 100. He didn't drive into it. He went into it backwards.
Looks like he had a flat tire. I don't know if he's going to bring it back out or if he's going to call it a night.
Microphone works much better if you turn it on. Looks like it might. Hearing over the radio, the 100 car may be done for the night. Andrew Pierce trying to get that thing turned around. 15-year-old. I want to say happy birthday to Philip Aretta. Turned 17 this past week. I love the fact, Joe, of all these young kids we have coming in different, even in and they're not all in the same division. They're scattered about between the sport modifieds and the hobby stocks and the wingless sprint cars and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say? These kids can drive.
Not like the old days, as they say. Doubling them up, Kevin Brown still on the point. He puts the 30S of Doug Haggio, takes a low side, puts Muntz on the high side, row 2. Row 3, 22M of Damian Merritt and the 27 of Dwayne Shore. Row 3, Chuck Golden and Jacob Mallett Jr. Row 4 is the Tony Piper car, and on the outside will be Nicholas Zapatero, and at the back of the pack,
Andrew Pierce.
Andrew Pierce.
Still 1 lap in. Let's see if we can
Try it again.
get it again. As the green flag drops, Kevin Brown once again to the point. As Jared Mouse is going to try it once again on that high side, and this time it's going to work for him. As he gets around the 17B of Kevin Brown, and still Doug Haggio sitting in that third place position. As the drivers remember that there is the top 8's going to transfer.
Kevin Brown got all kinds of slideways off turn number 4 that time and lost another spot.
Yes, he loses a spot to Doug Haggio. But still, Jared Mount slides all the way up the racetrack.
Gets into the wall, our leader. Put the lead onto the 30 car of Doug Haggio.
Doug Haggio inherits the lead, but it looks like Jared Mount still has something to say about that as they drag down the back straightaway. And this time he's going to lose, and he's going to loop it in front of the field as he collects so slightly the quarter panel of Chuck Golden, and it looks like he's going to keep it rolling, possibly. No, we're going to have to see the yellow flag come out. And see the nose is folded, pieces of debris flying off that race car as he went into turn 1.
Twice. He's at the Muntz, definitely having trouble down on this end of the racetrack, Joe. It's 2 laps in a row, went down there and just kind of looped it, or at least up to the wall. Getting the debris picked up down there. Well, the move worked for him, but didn't hold on to it.
I mean, it happens. He just kind of lost it as he went upstairs, and 3 and 4, and looped it around. Unfortunately, got tagged by the 112.
So our lineup looks like this. Doug Haggio out of Prunedale, California, on the point. Second, Kevin Brown into 17B out of Oakley, California. Third is the 327, Dwayne Short. Fourth is the 22M of Damian Merritt. Fifth, 112, Chuck Golden. 6th, Andrew Pierce. 7th, Tony Pfeiffer. 8th, Jacob Mallet Jr. That's the final transfer spot right there. 9th is Nicholas Zapatero. And 10th will be the 05 of Jared Muntz.
As Jared Muntz is trying to catch up to the tail of the field. As we are 14 laps, 4 laps in, still 10 laps to go for this Sport Mod B feature, and it looks like the lights out. They're going to get set to go green. Doug Hagio leading them to the point with Kevin Brown and Dwayne Short. As the green flag's going to drop for Doug Hagio, as they're 3 wide going into turn 1. Still, it's going to be Doug Hagio to the point. Dwayne Short and Kevin Brown are getting racy for that second place position. Oh, and it looks like it's going to be the 262 of Tony Pfeiffer.
Going through the infield.
Made it through the infield as we stay green.
Jacob Mallet Jr. gets all kinds of sideways in turn number 2. He almost went headfirst into the wall, came up and right in front of Nicholas Zapatero.
Doug Hagio's trying to pull away from the rest of the field. Kevin Brown sits in second. Here comes that 22M of Damian Merritt.
You got a little loose coming up off turn number 2 there.
Yeah.
Hagio at the line. 7 laps to go in this 14-lap heat race. We're halfway done, or excuse me, B-Main, we're halfway done.
Halfway done with the feature. Here comes Merritt on Dwayne Short. Looks like the track's starting to get a little dusty right now. It's starting to dry out.
Zapatero right in front of the leaders. He's having a big-time push. I don't know if it's the car's pushing or he's just having... One car spins around at turn number 2. That's Chuck Golden.
Chuck Golden spins, and now
Yellow
it's going to bring
flag
out
is out.
another caution. Oh, as well as Damian Merritt spins in turn 4 after the caution.
He'll get his spot back. Looking at the replay down in turn number 1. Watching the feed here. Our feed's a little delayed from what we're seeing, so watching this as Chuck Golden comes up off turn number 4. See if it shows up on our screen. It does not.
And I'm hearing also over the radio, just with time concerns, if there's one more caution, we're going to have to call this for a time restraint for this B-Mod B feature.
05 to the rear hearing. All right, who's your pick?
I guess it's tough. It's tough. Let's see if the kid Smooth, he's sitting right now in that 5th position, coming from the rear. So
After having issues twice earlier in this event,
yes,
in this race,
maybe he can come up and do some collateral damage.
all right, I think I'm going to go out on a limb here and say I think Doug Hagio is going to hold on to it. I know, real daring of me, huh?
He made a pretty good move for the lead, so pretty good pick.
Car's working well on the high side.
Oh, yeah, for surely. As they get set to go green, green flag is out. Doug Hagio drops to the inside. He kind of slides out of the racetrack. Here comes Kid Smooth on that outside, trying to make moves as he's trying to make his way into the 3rd place position around Dwayne Short as he locks up on those brakes.
Oh, we got debris up at turn number 4. Large piece of sheet metal up there.
And that's going to have to bring out a yellow flag.
All right, so here's a question for you. You're in a transfer spot. You can see you're in a transfer spot. How much do you push to try to get that next spot?
Well, I mean, if you want to be realistic right now, all these cars are going to make the transfer spot except for one, which is unfortunately Zapatero. So, it's tough. It's tough. They're all in a transfer position, but the higher you obviously get, the higher you're going to start into the A feature. So, every position kind of counts.
And no one likes to
And
They're
I'm
racers.
hearing that over the radio it is going to be a yellow checker, and that's going to end our B feature, and that's going to be Doug Haggio. Doug Haggio, Kevin Brown, Dwayne Short, Damian Merritt, The Kid, Andrew Pierce, Chuck Crash Golden, Tony Pfeiffer, The Kid, Jacob Mallet Jr., all transfer into our Sport Mod B feature.
So that's going to do it for our B mains. That's good. So, all right. So we've got main events coming up right now. I think Dylan Bloomfield is going to come back out for a few more laps in that 33 wingless sprint car. Getting the hobby main lined up back there. Yellow. Bobby Motts Jr. had got into the wall during his hot lap or heat race, so he's going to get a couple laps here, make sure that race car is okay in the U81. Waiting on get the starting lineup here off My Race Pass. That's right, folks. Head on over, pick up My Race Pass for all the lineups and finishing orders. I want to say thanks to the Stites family. Tonight is the George Stites, the Big Kahuna George Stites Freedom Series race number 3. Modifieds tonight, $1,000 win, Sports Mod 600 to win, and Hobbies 300 to win. Main event's coming up next. Hobby Stock main event. Looking like this. So they did it. All three Haneys made the main event. So congratulations to the Haneys on that. Hobby main coming up right now. Starting lineup looks like this. Gene Haney in the 45 car on the front row. Outside the front row, the 55 car. That's Matt Kyle.
And in your second row, in the inside, in your third position, that is going to be the Squirrel, Bree Trowan. And to her outside is going to be the 18T of James Thompson.
Right now, 1 and 2 in the points, those two cars. In row 3, Dan Gonerman in the 20 car on the inside, outside. Gavin Griffiths in the 47 car.
And in your fourth row is going to be the 21D of Demasi Scoggins. And to his outside is going to be the 46 of Colton Haney.
In row number 5, inside in the 9th starting spot, Mitch Enos in the 72 car, and Dalton Jewell in the 6 car starting in the 10th spot.
And your 6th row is the number 16, Adam Kajala. And to his outside is going to be the 24M of Larry McKenzie.
Your 13th starter, the 5N of Alan Neal, and the 7 of Will Birch will start 14th.
In your 8th row, the 15th starter is the number 44. The number 44 of John Haney, and to his outside is going to be the number 27 of Craig Tatum.
In the inside of row 9, in that 17th starting spot, the 48 car, Jeff Betancourt, and who is outside the 18 car of Jackie Roberts.
And your 10th row, right behind him is his brother Jake Betancourt, and to his outside is the 01 of DJ Kelson.
And at the back of the pack in the 21st starting spot, the 28 car of Chase Awe. So not only did all three Coltons make it, their fourth teammate, Gavin Griffiths, those cars are all teammates, made the main event here tonight, 45, 46, 47, 44, 45, 46, 47, excuse me. So, folks, we just read that lineup off My Race Pass. That's where you want to head over to. It is a free app. Keep up on all the happenings up to the minute. Eventually, it will have live timing and scoring, but right now you can at least get the finishing orders and the starting lineups. Very handy tool, My Race Pass. It's free. If you want to spend some money, there's some extras you can get thrown in on it, but that's okay. At least it is free. Going to go 1 to go next time by as I get my Antioch Speedway TV feed back up and running. Thanks for tuning in on this beautiful Saturday night. A little warm, but that's okay.
And it looks like we possibly are going to be one car short with the 28 Chase Awe I could have sworn I seen him pull out into the racetrack, and then he pulled off.
We do want to say thanks. We have a pace car here this weekend for the Sites Freedom Series race. It is the Nighthawk Security Cruiser Defense Group, the Nighthawk Defense Group. They have their cruiser out here pacing them around. 1 to go signal at the line, and we are getting ready to go green flag racing 25 laps tonight for the main event here for the Jays Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks. Pace car pulls off on the back straightaway. The 45 car of Gene Haney has control of the field. Matt Kyle, man, I don't know. Putting Matt Kyle up on the front, that car was blistering fast.
Oh yeah, but it's been quite a while since that car's seen the racetrack. Track has changed, so we'll see how he does.
Coming around for the green flag, Gene Haney on the point. Comes up to turn number 4, that orange cone. Green flag in the air, down the front straightaway. Gene gets a great run. Down into turn number 1. Here comes Matt Kyle on the high side. Looking to the outside. James Thompson and Breach Horner right there. Those two battling for the points lead. Down the back stretch into turn number 3. Matt Kyle on the high side, getting the advantage on Gene Haney. Haney gets sideways. Who spun back there? That is the 6 car. Dalton Jewell spins on turn number 3. Yellow flag is out.
Yellow.
Trying to get that 6 car. Chris Bennett, sorry, dude, your car just spun. Chris Bennett watching back in Iowa.
And it looks like we're going to send it. It's going to be a complete restart. Back to the full 25 laps, I'm hearing.
Here comes the red and yellow restart flag, so we'll line them back up. With everyone will stay the same except Dalton Jewell falling to the back of the pack. All right, what's your guess on this one? Who's going to win? Who's your bet on this one?
I got to go with 21D.
Ooh, going with Scoggins. That's not a bad pick. It's not a bad pick at all. Man, we got to start keeping track. We got to have a little game on this here.
Oh yeah, a little wage.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time not calling on the 55. I'm going to put Matt Kyle. I'm going to pick him, the 55 car, taking home the win. That's going to be my pick. So we'll see how we do. Lights out, going green flag racing. So I've picked the 55. He's picked the 21. We'll see how we do.
All right, here we go. They're 2x2x2. As they get set to do this one more time, green flag drops for Haney, Matt Kyle. As it looks like it's going to be Matt Kyle that shoots out to the point.
The Squirrel gets slideways off turn number 2. He's going to lose a couple
drops
spots.
down the field. And they're 3x3 by 4 in the back. Matt Kyle is going to lead lap number 1. Gene Haney.
We got 2 cars. Dalton Jewell involved, and the 48 of Jeff Bentoncourt sitting over there in turn number 4.
Oh, also Gene Haney. Looks like Gene Haney ran into the back, possibly of the 20.
Dan Gonerman on the back straightaway with Gene Haney. Sitting the wrong direction. '20 car, I'm hearing, may need a hook. Our first hook of the night, maybe.
So 1 lap down, and we already have 2 cautions so far. And it looks like they're going to give the black flag to the 45 of Gene Haney. His night's going to end early for this feature.
Get that thing fixed and get back out here, hopefully. But we did have all 3 Haneys. Might be the first time in Antioch's history of the hobby stocks. They have 3 generations of racers. I'm not sure. John Haney, Gene Haney, and Colton Haney all on the racetrack for the main event at the same time.
As well as our team car, Gavin Griffith.
As well as our team car. Hearing the 48 car of Jeff Bentoncourt. was the cause of that last, or
It
for the
looks
yellow
like,
flag.
oh man, Dan Gunnerman looks like he has a right front flat, as well as Dalton Jewell pulls off the track.
Going to give them a couple laps because another car pulled off as well. So Dan Gonerman in that 20 car, stepping out of the wingless sprint car, stepping into the hobby stock. Had a group effort in the 20 car this year with Dan Gonerman. Tonight, Abby Gonerman, his daughter, has raced it this year. Josh Leach, who ran it all of last year, is a part of that family, basically. Him and Abby have a youngin' together. And they've been splitting time between that 20 car getting back there to the pit area, see if they can get that tire fixed. 1 lap in, 24 to go. Points-wise, James Thompson has picked up some points on Bree Troen at this point, but have a long ways to go, 24 laps to go.
Yeah, a long ways, already 2 cautions, so.
All right, you picked Scoggins, and look where he had that 3rd spot already.
Yeah, I'm not trying to call it too early, though.
Working on getting the lineup set back there. So our Matt Kyle on the point. James Thompson in the 2nd spot, that 18T. Scoggins in the 3rd spot. In row 3, the 72 car of Mitch Enos. And his outside, the Squirrel Bree Troen. Row 4 is going to be the 47 car of Gavin Griffiths on the inside, and Larry McKenzie to the outside. Row 5, Will Birch. And looks like Alan Neal to his outside. Row 6, 27 car of Craig Tatum, B-Main winner number 1. And to his outside is going to be the 16 car of Rocky Kojala. Green flag back in the air.
Green flag drops. Matt Kyle shoots out the point. Here comes Demasi Scoggins on that outside of James Thompson. Oh, and he gets kind of loose a little bit, but they're going to drag down the back straightaway.
The 72 car of Enos tried to make it 3 wide. He does now, coming up off turn number 4. Enos on the low side. Thompson on the high side. Thompson in the middle. Scoggins on the high side.
They're 3 wide. Mitch Enos in that inside, just catfishing on the bottom. Him and Scoggins are going to go side by side. James Thompson wants to get back into the mix as he's going to drop that to the 5th position, and it goes around the 47. That is going to be Gavin Griffiths.
Alan Neal with a bumper cover. Kitty Wampus on the front end of his car. Yellow flag is out as the 47 of Gavin Griffiths sits sideways in turn number 4.
And also you see debris on the back straightaway almost going into turn 3 as well.
Activity everywhere you look here. So Scoggins, you're familiar with him. What's his background prior to coming here to Antioch for the last month and a half or so?
Really not too much. He was in the sport mod class. I believe that was 3 years before, and then got out of it for a little bit. But like I said, I'm thrilled to see him back into the hobby stock class. I believe next year that car might get transitioned to a stock car. I'm not quite for sure. Don't quote me on that. But yeah, I mean, he's doing pretty well. I know he said, I talked to him on the phone during the week, and he said he really, really wants to get a win bad after, I believe, a 7th and the 5th last week, or a week prior. So he really wants to get that win.
So on the point, Matt Kyle in the 55 car. 2nd is Scoggins in that 21D, Tomasi Scoggins. In the 3rd spot is James Thompson. 3rd is the 72 of Mitch Enos. 4th is James Thompson. And 5th, who is outside, is the Squirrel Bree Troen. 6th is Larry McKenzie. 7th is getting the black flag. That's the 5N of Alan Neal due to that bumper issue. So that moves up the outside line. Yeah. Waiting to see how that works out. The 45 car of Gene Haney going to get the black flag. He's got quarter panel hanging off. Gonna have to go get that fixed. Hopefully they're getting some pictures of the 3 Haney cars while they were out there. So our point standings, looking real quick for the Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks. It is right now Travis Dutra technically has the points lead with 406 points, but he sold his hobby stock and is no longer racing hobby stocks. So I'm going to say that moves Bree Troen up into that point lead with 360. 12 points back coming into the night was James Thompson out of Pittsburgh, and Larry McKenzie in the 3rd spot. He's 112 back from Dutra. Jake Betancourt 4th. 5th will be Josh Leach. 6th, Jason Robles. 7th, Gavin Griffiths. 8th, Gene Haney. And 9th will be Nicholas Zapatero. But Zapatero now no longer in the hobby stock division. He moved up to the sport modifieds as of today. Given a Gene Haney car the black flag with the white cross, that means mechanical. Working on getting these cars lined up and giving the cars that didn't bring out the yellow, they get 2 laps to work on it. A beautiful night for racing here at Antioch Speedway. Thanks for tuning in. Bree Troen right now our points leader, 6 top 5s, 7 top 10s, no wins so far. James Thompson, he's got 5 top 5s and 6 top 10s, no wins for him. Larry McKenzie, looking at him, he's got 5 top 5s, 5 top 10s, no wins. But Travis Dutra, our points leader, who's not racing, 3 wins on the year, 7 top 5s, 7 top 10s. Steven down at turn number 4, the official, pulling something off the racetrack. Something's exhaust, possibly. One to go at the starter stand. All right, Joe, here we go. We're going to go at it again. 3 laps in, 22 to go. If this keeps up, it's going to be shortened, I know, but hopefully we can get a good green flag run. Scoggins on the inside of road number 2. Matt Kyle on the point. He can start high, low, medium, wherever he wants, coming around for the green flag.
Green flag's going to drop for Matt Kyle. Demasi Scoggins is already trying to get racy. He dropped down to that inside lane. Here comes Mitch Enos trying to do something on that high side. He has high side momentum, so he's going to run past James Thompson. But the 21D, Demasi Scoggins, and he kind of almost gets a little bit sideways still. Matt Kyle is going to hold on to the lead.
Looked like Scoggins hit something, a rut or something down there in turn number 4, and I saw a couple other cars behind him do it. That kind of got him a little squirrely, but he's back at it now down inside Matt Kyle. Coming up off turn number 4, this time to come up off clean side by side. It's still Kyle at the line with Demasi Scoggins in that 2nd spot. With Mitch Enos 3rd, 4th, James Thompson 5th. There's a swirl, Bree Troen.
As you can see, the top 4 cars are already starting to break away from that 5th position car of Bree Troen. But here comes Larry McKenzie.
Enos gets sideways in turn number 4. Thompson has to avoid him. He gets sideways.
And that's going to allow Bree Troen. Can she make a move? No.
Our leader!
Kyle blows!
Looks like Radiator.
Bree Troen spins down the back straightaway.
Gets into that fluid up there. I think it was the Radiator that blew in the 55. Matt Kyle, that puts Demasi Scoggins on the point. Troen spins in the fluid that came out.
Oh, my. We have not had an unsighting moment here in the box,
No.
I think, since we've been in here. But wow, our leader blows down the back straightaway. I think that was your pick to win tonight, wasn't it?
Yeah, I guess I get to choose again. Doesn't count though, huh? Oy.
Man.
Scoggins was forcing the giving a lot of pressure. Need a push for the 97. Okay, push, not a hook. But Matt Kyle, I think it was just a Radiator, the way that blew sky high. But unfortunately, I mean, that's it. But it drenched the back straightaway, and Bree Troen, the squirrel, spins in that fluid they got put down.
If these guys aren't lucky, hopefully, yeah, they're paying attention going to the inside. I was going to say they can get their tires wet and on a restart spin the tires pretty good.
If there's a lot of water up there, they will run the cars through it just to get it worked in a little bit. Difference about a race. A dirt track as opposed to a pavement track, you don't clean up the water, you just got to work it in a little bit.
Yeah, an asphalt track, obviously, you have to they put down the powder or kitty litter, I guess
Kitty
we can
litter,
say.
Speedy dry.
Yeah.
Demasi Scoggins in that 21D on the point. Second is Mitch Enos in the 72. Third is James Thompson. Fourth, Larry McKenzie. Fifth, the 01, DJ Kilson, very quietly coming up into that fifth spot. Sixth, the 44 of John Haney. Seventh, they're doing a little lineup change here, is going to be, I think, the 16 car of Adam Rocky Kojala is going to fall in the seventh. Eighth will be the 20 of Dan Gonerman. Ninth is the 48 of Jeff Benecourt. 10th, the 5N of Alan Neal. And just hearing the 27 car, Craig Tatum is going to get up into the 6th or 5th spot.
Yes. And also, I know you're speaking about if we didn't have enough time, we are 7 laps away from halfway with this race. So if they do call it early.
We still have 2 main events to go. It is 9 o'clock, so we have an hour left before curfew.
Yes.
Waiting to see. All right, Bree Troen gets her spot back. The yellow flag was not for her, so she gets her spot back. So she falls back in line up there in the 4th spot.
Yes, and with all that action going on, we only done 5 laps. Or 6 laps, I'm sorry, actually 6 laps.
Lineup is set. Demasi Scoggins, Mitch Enos, James Thompson, Bree Troen, Larry McKenzie, Craig Tatum, DJ Kilson, John Haney, Rocky Kojala, Dan Gonerman, Jeff Benecourt, Alan Neal, then the Jackie Roberts car, Gavin Griffiths, Will Birch, Jake Benecourt, and the 45 of Gene Haney.
All right, we're set to go green. I'm hearing over the radio as Scoggins brings them slow. Green flag. Oh! Mitch Enos turns it to Craig Tatum.
That was weird.
That was very weird.
I don't know if he was getting pushed from behind or if he just got spun.
Wow. Wow. Did he get pushed by the 01 of DJ Kelson or?
I think it was a squirrel was behind him. Hearing discussions over the radio.
And it looks like Craig Tatum's trying to get back up to possibly get his spot back, as well as the 72 of Mitch Enos.
All right, we're going to try that again. 1 to go. Scoggins on the point. Texas style restart. He gets a point to himself. Second place is Mitch Enos in the 72 car. He chooses the low side, puts James Thompson on the high side. Squirrel, Bree Troen on the inside of row 3. Outside, Larry McKenzie. Fourth, the 27 car. Craig Tatum having troubles, I'm hearing over the radio with that car. The 01 to his outside, DJ Kilson. Joe, they're coming around for the green flag.
Here we go. We're going to try this one more time. As Scoggins jumps out to the point. 2 by 2 is going to be Enos and Thompson, Troen and McKenzie. As McKenzie gets the position over Bree Troen as well as DJ Kelson. Meanwhile, in the front, Demasi Scoggins is going to lead him across the line. James Thompson to his outside with Mitch Enos in the inside.
Thompson gets out on that second spot now out in front of Enos. Down into turn number 3. Scoggins
working. Oh, he gets that one bump right down there in the start of turn 4. Thompson gets to his outside at the line. Scoggins by about 3 feet. Thompson on that high side coming up off turn number 2. Scoggins has a great run down on that low side.
Yeah, he has a great run in 1 and 2 on that inside lane, but it looks like it's not working for him through 3 and 4 as he hits that rut. Oh, this time he sails through it pretty good.
16 laps to go.
16 laps to go. James Thompson still searching on that middle lane as Mitch Enos is still in that bottom lane, trying to find a way around the number 20, the 21D. Oh, as the 21D slows up, it looks like he almost paused kind of. And coming out 4, and it's going to be Craig Tatum sitting in turns 2. Once again, it's going to be yellow flag.
That's the one car that I heard talk over the radio. It may have a problem in the right front, and Scoggins on the point. James Thompson in that second spot. Mitch Enos in the third spot. Need a hook on the front of the yellow.
As the 01 of DJ Kelson pulled off the racetrack, as he was sitting in the 5th place position.
So looking at the replay, that car just went right up the hill. Broke that right front, did the 27 car. He was running about 6th spot. Waiting on a tow truck. Get Jerry over there. Back him up. We'll get the 27 car off. Last lap is 17.90, second lap, 75.419 miles an hour. Demasi Scoggins on the point to 21D. Second, James Thompson. Third, the 72 car, Mitch Enos. Fourth, Larry McKenzie. Fifth is the Squirrel Breach Rowan. Sixth, John Haney. Seventh, Dan Gonerman. Eighth is Jeff Benecourt. Ninth, Alan Neal. 10th, Jack Roberts. Single file restart. I got the 27 car on the points. Or on the hook, I'm sorry. Don't forget, if you haven't downloaded My Race Pass, get on over there and download My Race Pass. Great information on there. Give you the lineups, the finishing orders, and whatnot. The Big Kahuna, George Stites Freedom Series race number 2 happening here tonight. Or excuse me, number 3. This is the third and final race of the 3-race series. I want to say thanks to the Stites family and Stites Towing for sponsoring this 3-race series. Fabulous Bob giving him the indication that we are starting single file.
Single file, 9 laps down, 16 laps still to go. Plenty of time, plenty of laps, I should say, into this feature. The 21D leading the point.
Plenty of laps, short on time.
Yes.
As we are 50 minutes away from curfew and 2 races to go after this one. Scoggins bringing him around. He's starting about halfway up the racing surface. Green flag in the air.
Green flag in the air for Scoggins as they're single file now. Oh, and he shoots out kind of to the point ahead of James Thompson. Larry McKenzie is in the inside of the 72 of Mitch Enos. And everybody makes it through.
Got problem further in the back off turn number 4. Jackie Roberts getting sideways, getting beat, banged by a couple cars as he sits sideways. We stay under green. He spins again down at turn number 1 right in front of Gavin Griffiths, and we stay green.
Mitch Enos is attacking James Thompson now for that second place position. And around goes the one in. I believe that is, or the 5 in, I'm sorry.
Alan Neal.
Of Alan Neal. And we're going to keep it green. Oh, they're dropping bombs on the 21D, trying to get him to make a mistake.
Thompson dives in low that time, tries to get underneath Scoggins, not close enough, but
He didn't make a move. Goes down into turn number 3. Side by side almost coming up off turn number 4, but nope, Scoggins has a better run off the turn. Down into turn number 1, Scoggins, Thompson. This time Scoggins enters the turn a little lower than he did the lap before after he heard the AT&T coming up from behind.
Oh, yeah. Oh, now he's making AT&T of James Thompson now on the bottom side trying to do. Oh, and it looks like the 20, Retroing and the 20 of Don Gunderman got together. He's going to keep it straight. It looks like he has a flat left rear tire. He's going to have to
Dan
take it
Gunderman
to the
leaving
pit.
the racetrack.
Demasi Scoggins bumps and bangs through 3 and 4. He still holds on to the point. As they're catching lap traffic, can he use this to advantage, or will this be a disadvantage for him and allow the AT&T of James Thompson to make his way around?
I'm thinking right now Thompson has a better car through turns 3 and 4, where Scoggins has a better car through 1 and 2.
And Thompson slips up and allows the 21D. Oh! Scoggins hits a rut in 1, and that's going to allow James Thompson to get a little bit closer.
Having trouble getting around that Alan Neal car is Scoggins as he gets underneath him coming up off turn number 4 down the front straightaway.
He's dragging. He's going to drag. No, oh, he gets out of the way. Alan Neal gets out of the way. He needs to know that the 2nd and 3rd place runners are there too as well.
Next car in front of Scoggins is the 7th car of Will Birch. Go to put him a lap down.
Thompson almost gets into the rear of Scoggins. Lets him know, hey, bud, I'm still here.
Scoggins entering the turn lower now than he was earlier, trying to take away Thompson's line right now. Squirrel having trouble in turn number 4.
And she's slow, and it looks like she's going to pull it off the racetrack. Meanwhile, up front still, Scoggins
Squirrel pulls off. Not what she wanted for points.
maneuvering his way through traffic. And I think that is going to give James Thompson the lead in the points. Looking by the way this possibly could finish out tonight, if he can get the win or finish 2nd, he will inherit the points.
Scoggins has got the 29 car up in front of him. That is the Jake Benecourt car. That'll be the next one they have to put a lap down. Meanwhile, that battle for 2nd continues down into turn number 3. Now Thompson. Smoke starting to come out of the Thompson car.
Heavy lap traffic now in front of your leader of the 21D. What is he going to do?
Or is that the smoke coming out of the Enos car?
It looks like that smoke coming out of Mitch's Enos car, but he's still giving it what he can. Oh!
The 71 car gets sideways. Jackie Roberts right in front of the leaders in this pack. 3 laps remain in this
Scoggins
25 lap
goes to the top.
event. Thompson's trying to go low. Scoggins gets trapped behind the 29. Here comes Thompson down to the inside into turn number 3. Scoggins forces his way in there.
Oh, nice move by Scoggins. White flag next time by. Can he hold on for his first win here? James Thompson to the inside.
Down the back straightaway to turn number 3. Scoggins. 2 cars side by side. One of them keeps getting sideways on both ends of the racetrack to 71. One lap to go. White flag in the air.
Scoggins gonna see the white flag one more time around. Can he get it done? James Thompson's gonna throw a bomber inside turn 1. No, he slides up the racetrack down the back straightaway. Demasi Scoggins holds on to the lead still. Mitch Enos is to the inside of James Thompson. They're gonna throw one more thing at Demasi Scoggins. Demasi Scoggins slides up the racetrack. Mitch Enos is gonna win the Hobby Stock main event. Oh my gosh! Last turn pass. Mitch Enos.
Mitch Enos gets the win, huh?
Wow.
Mitch Enos, Scoggins, Thompson, Larry McKenzie, and we'll have to find out after that. I'm going to head down to Winner's Circle interview. Wow.
That was crazy.
Heading down for Victory Lane for the Jays Mobile box. Comes around. I think he's a little bit happy. Smoke coming out of the engine. Definitely overheating. You can hear it blowing off right now. Scoggins with a flat left rear tire in that 21 car. As Mitch Enos getting the helmet off. Down here in Victory Lane. Demasi Scoggins, great run for him. One corner short. Getting the helmet off. Driving a Duster, something you don't see out on the racetrack very often. Harry climbs out. Mitch Enos. Mitch, you only led one turn, but it was the only turn you needed to lead.
Oh my God, that was great. Those guys were freaking, wow. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, right?
You had a nice view for that show right there.
Yeah, they were putting on a whale of a race, that's for sure. I thought Demasi had that thing. Wow.
So when you're sitting there watching that and you're just sitting there in the third spot, what are you thinking? Hey, let them take themselves out and I'll take home the win? Or
honestly, I built this thing to have fun. The first night I burned a piston. The next night I freaking crashed it. 2 weeks ago I came out here and I couldn't freaking go anywhere. So it was like, you win the heat race and it's like, okay, I got something. And then as that main goes, you get one and you get one, and next thing you know, you're racing with the leaders. Whew.
Well, you took home the win tonight. You know, led the last corner, which is the only one you have to lead. You only have to cross the start-finish line first once to take home the win.
Yeah.
So congratulations. And who do you want to say thanks for getting you out here each and every week?
Oh, definitely. I got to thank my brother. He busts his butt for me to do this. I can't say enough about him. My dad works his ass off. That guy loves to have a race car in his garage. He's retired. Give me a car or something to work on during the week. And he maintains everything. Eric Van Hooser Enterprises. That's, the old brother from another mother. I love that guy. And Larry Haskell, Nick Tucker, and George Medeiros Transport. Freaking George, he'd do anything for me. God, I don't know who else. John Soares, actually. I've known John since I was in diapers, and he's always helping me out. So, and Chad for taking over this track and keeping it going. Thank you. It was a lot of fun. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Mitch Enos, taking home the win in Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stock main event tonight. Here, I'll give you an elbow as we socially distance and stuff. With that, that's going to do it for our hobby stock portion of the night. With that, we are getting ready for, Joe, we got the modifieds or sport modifieds coming out next?
We have the sport mods, but I just want to say I think that's nominated for probably the race of the year, possibly.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I think that could possibly be nominated for race of the year.
Absolutely. That was an amazing race here tonight. So, race of the year potential. With that, looks like Dylan Bloomfield's back there. He's going to do a few hot laps. While he's doing that, we will start our starting lineup for the sport modifieds here tonight. Starting in the A main. On the point, our 2019 champion. Driving the number 12 car, it's the Iceman, Tommy Frazier. To his outside, driving the 156, Jacob Haas.
And in row 2, starting third in the inside is the 38 of Casey Keller. To his outside is the 188 of Kenny Schrader.
Row number 3 in the 5th starting spot out of Brentwood, California, the 2C of Trevor Klimans. To his outside, winner last time out, the 7J of Fast Freddie Ryland.
In the fourth row, starting in the 7th position, that is the 83 of Jason Nation. To his outside is the 60K of Jimmy Ford.
And row number 5 on the inside, it is a 22 car of Adrian Frost, who is outside. Our points leader coming into the night, Mark Garner in the 76 car.
In the 6th row, in the 11th position, is the 58M of Mike Merritt. To his outside is a 19C of Tommy Climans Jr.
Row 7 on the inside, the 30S of Doug Hagiel, and outside the 17B, that's Kevin Brown in the 14th starting spot.
And the 8th row, starting in the 15th starting spot, is a 327 of Dwayne Short. To his outside is a 22M of Damian Merritt.
In the 9th row, inside in the 17th starting spot, Andrew Pierce making another main event in the 15B, and to his outside, the 112, that's Chuck Golden in the 18 car, or in the 18th starting spot.
In your 10th row, starting in the 19th position, is a 262 of Tony Pfeiffer. And to his outside is the M27, the kid Jacob Mallet Jr. That is your starting lineup for your IMCA Sport Mod feature. Getting ready to take the track right after Dylan Bloomsfield hot lap session.
Dylan checking out that car once again. Blew a motor last week in that 33 car, so they got a new motor in it, and getting the opportunity to come out and run a few laps, make sure everything is okay, so he can come back next week and hopefully take home the win. Congratulations. Man, what a race.
Race of the year, I tell you. Could be a nomination. Race of the year.
Damasi did not look overly happy there at the end. Be interesting to have a chat with him later. But we're going sport modified racing up next. 25-lap main event. Tommy Frazier on the point with Jacob Haas on the outside of the front row. Casey Keller. All right. Here you go. Who's your pick? Or do I have to pick first this time? How do we do that? I have to go first. Okay. Man, this is going to be a tough one. This is going to be a good race. But I think, you want to know what? I'm going to go with the gentleman starting in the 6th starting spot out of Brentwood, California, the 7-day J of Fast Freddie Ryland.
Iceman.
Ooh, going with the pole sitter and our defending champion, number 12, the Iceman Tommy Frazier. All right, mark it in your books, folks. That's our choices. What we should do is we need to start doing a little poll up on the Facebook page.
Oh, yeah, I was just thinking about that.
We'll have to do that for next week, folks. We'll start doing this and have everybody put in who they think's going to win. But that's our picks for this main event. Wow.
A lot of
I'm
fast
still thinking
guys
about
starting
that
up
hobby
front.
stock race. That was.
I'm telling you that if we need to have something where needs to be nominated, that needs to be at least nominated for possibly race of the year.
And for anybody that thought the hobby stocks were going away, 36 cars and a main event like that.
Like that, yeah.
Okay, it took a minute to get it going, granted, but still, that was awesome. Great racing action. Fabulous Bob giving the 1-to-go signal. A beautiful night of racing here at Antioch Speedway. Want to say thanks to our sponsors, Stites Family and Stites Towing for the George Stites, the Big Kahuna, George Stites Freedom Series race number 3 here tonight at Antioch Speedway.
All right, down the back straightaway, 25 laps. The Iceman, Tommy Frazier, next to Jacob Haas. Here we go. IMCA Sport Mod main event gets green. Here we go. The Iceman, Tommy Frazier, comes out to the point. Casey Keller's going to look to the inside. He's going to take that second place position. Everybody makes it through his turns 1 and 2. Oh, and it looks like Kenny Schrader wants to get racing on the high side. He's going to take. Oh,
What
we
car
have a
spins
gaggle.
around? Mike Barrett down in the back stretch. Andrew Pierce involved. I believe that's the 262.
Pfeiffer.
Pfeiffer involved over there. Mike Merritt. Sounds like, there we got the PA back. So 58 car, Mike Merritt. Listening to the radio, traffic spun by himself.
Andrew Pierce spinning to avoid it by the sounds of it.
Yeah, it kind of sucks. Andrews didn't have such a good night tonight. I think he's still trying to get used to that car, to the new vehicle or the new race car.
58 is going to be to the rear, so Tommy Frazier will have to do it again. The red and yellow flag comes out for a complete restart, minus the 58 going to the rear. Lights out, going green flag racing this time by.
All right, let's try it one more time. Here we go. As they all get set 2 by 2 by 2. Green flag drops for Tommy Frazier. And it looks like Kenny Strader's going to try to, no, he doesn't get to make it 3 wide.
Fast Freddie Ryland does, squeezes up the middle, down the back straightaway between Trevor Clemens and Kenny Strader. He's trying to pick up that 4th spot after starting in the 6th spot on lap 1.
And it looks like Dwayne Short runs through the infield ever so slightly. Jacob Haas on the outside, trying to get racing with Casey Keller, Fred Ryland, Kenny Strader, Trevor Clemens, Jason Nation. But still holding on to that lead. It's going to be the Iceman, Tommy Frazier.
The Iceman down in turn number 1. He's working the low line. Casey Keller always in danger to win. In that 2nd spot, Fast Freddie gets split this time by Kenny Strader and Trevor Clemens and loses 2 spots. But here comes Freddie on the high side. He bounced up over a bump down there in turn number 4. But up front, Tommy Frazier, 2 car lengths over Casey Keller.
As you can see, the dust starts to rise in as the track is starting to dry out. The driver's diving down to the bottom lane, trying to find some moisture, or to the top to try to run that cushion. It's still Tommy. Oh, yellow flag, yellow flag, yellow flag.
We got
for
the
Pfeiffer.
262 of Tony Pfeiffer of Modesto sitting sideways in turn number 1. Yellow flag is out. Want to say thanks to our track sponsors.
Oh, and the complete right side of that 19C of Tommy Clemens Jr. is completely ripped off.
Got open like a can opener. Want to say thanks to Pro Motorsports at 6001 Bridgehead Road in Oakley, California. Also want to say thanks to Stites Towing over there at 2925 East Pacheco Boulevard in Los Banos, California. Delta Transmission at 1105 Sunset Drive in Antioch, California. Special thanks to them. And Jay's Mobile Welding and Fabricating up there at 8581 Younger Creek Drive in Sacramento, California. Also want to say thanks to the Quality Aero Maintenance at 23987 California 99 in Acampo, California. Polar Bear Rolled Ice Cream at 2581 Main Street in Oakley, California. If you like ice cream, you got to go out there and get some rolled ice cream. And those are our sponsors we want to say thanks to here tonight for all the racing action for your enjoyment. Thanks for tuning in to Antioch Speedway TV as we continue to build and get better each and every week. My broadcast partner here, Joe, thank you very much. Yeah, you're right. Tommy's door has been opened up like a can of tuna. 4 down, 21 to go. Lineup is good, so that's going to put Tommy Frazier on the point. Casey Keller 2nd. 3rd is Jacob Haas. 4th, Kenny Strader. 5th, Trevor Clemens. 6th, Fast Freddie Ryland. 7th is the 83 car of Jason Nation. 8th is Adrian Frost. 9th, Mark Garner. 10th, Jimmy Ford. 11th is
Doug Haggio.
Then Haggio. His number is hard to see. It's a dark number on a dark background. Haggio. Kevin Brown will be 11th. 12th will be Tom Clemens Jr. Dwayne Short.
Merritt.
And Damian Merritt. Green flag in the air.
Green flag in the air once again for Tommy Frazier. As they all possibly make it through turn 1. Yes, they do.
Frazier's not had the best year. He's been very unhappy. He's had a lot of bad luck this year, but right now that car is on a rail.
Yeah, he's on a rail trying to pull away from Casey Keller and Jacob Haas. Jacob Haas. Oh, Casey slips up. That's going to allow Kenny Strader to possibly put a move on him. As Kenny Schrader takes over the third place position. Also, as well as Freddie Ryland sneaks past Casey Keller.
Ryland down on the inside trying to get back around or get around Kenny Schrader down into turn number 3. Schrader pushes up the hill a little bit, put past Freddie Ryland up to the third spot.
There goes Nation in the inside of Trevor Climans as he works his way in the inside also of Casey Keller.
Keller shuts the door, puts Nation back into that 6th spot right now. Up front, Tommy Frazier. Then we have the 156 of Jacob Haas. Past Freddie Ryland, Kenny Schrader, Casey Keller, Jason Nason, Trevor Climans. Hagial, Mark Garner now passes Hagial.
Yellow for Damian Merritt in the center of 2 and 3.
Damian Merritt sitting backwards over there in turn number 3. That last lap is 16:92 on the stopwatch, 79.787 miles an hour. Check. Check. 1, 2, 1, 2.
As Tommy Frazier continues to lead from the point, as he has Jacob Haas sitting in second, with Fred Ryland in third, Kenny Schrader, Casey Keller, and I believe it is going to be Jason Nation, Trevor Climans, Doug Hagiel, Mark Gardner, Adrian Frost, Jimmy Ford, Kevin Brown, Dwayne Short, the kid, Andrew Pierce, and that is going to be the 58, or the 58M of Mike Merritt, with Chuck Crash Golden, Tommy Clemens Jr., Tony Pfeiffer. The 22M is going to be Mike Merritt and Jacob Mallet Jr. rounding out the field.
That's your running order right now. Working on hearing the security car is going to have to leave the infield for something. A beautiful night for racing here at Antioch Speedway, and we thank you for tuning in on this Saturday for another exciting, fun-filled evening of racing. Live and direct from Antioch Speedway. As we get set for more green flag action here tonight. Thanks for tuning in. Look forward to having you back again next Saturday night. Don't forget to watch on Wednesday night for the latest episode of Wiley's Race Report. Green flag
drops.
Tommy Frazier down on the low side, getting down to turn number 1. Here comes fast Freddie Ryland up to second.
Here comes Jacob Haas on the outside. Oh, Freddie Ryland gets around.
All right, I'm beginning to think I shouldn't pick people. It's bad luck.
Nevertheless, we're going to keep it going, keep it green.
Fast Freddie Ryland gets it straightened out and keeps going. Meanwhile, up front, the Iceman, Tommy Frazier, up off turn number 4.
Oh, and here comes Jason Nation. He wants to get into the battle with Trevor Climans and Kenny Schrader.
He gets around Climans.
Here comes Jay. Oh, yellow. Sitting in turn 4. That it looks like it's going to be the 22M of Damian Merritt.
Again.
Damian Merritt, yes, I believe that is Damian Merritt.
Yep. 22M, he pulls off the racetrack. Last lap is 16:96 on the stopwatch, 79.599 miles an hour. Still a fast racetrack here tonight. Watching the screen, looks like he just got up into the wall and rode it around a little bit. Not sure what caused him to get up into the fence.
lineup is set.
Lineup is set. And as you said, with the track is, you're starting to see the track's starting to get a little glossy, starting to lay down the black rubber.
All right, so I'm 0 for 2. I know we still have 16 laps left, and Fast Freddy can do it, but
Anything can happen. Anything can happen.
I'm starting to feel like bad luck.
Still 16 laps remain. Tommy Frazier still out to the point with Jacob Haas and Kenny Schrader on his tail as the green flag drops. Once again, Tommy Frazier to the point. Jacob Haas shoots up to the high side with Kenny Schrader down low. Jason Nation in the inside. Here comes Casey Keller. Wants to make some moves.
Last couple restarts, Haas has tried that high side move and tried to diamond the corner off, and it has not worked out for him so far.
As he tries it once more, this time he gets a run on the outside. They're going to squish Tommy Frazier.
Kenny Schrader on the inside, Tommy Frazier in the middle, and Jacob Haas on the high side.
Oh! Tommy Frazier squeezes down on the 188 of Schrader. Everybody looks like they're searching on that bottom for some moisture.
Down to turn number 3 they go. Battle for the lead up off turn number 4. Tommy Frazier, but that battles for second now. Jacob Haas on the high side. Kenny Schrader on the low side. Haas goes way high. Casey Keller goes up there with him. Put Kenny Schrader in that second spot.
Here comes Trevor Climans on the inside, possibly of Casey Keller, as Climans got around Jason Nation.
Tommy Frazier, the Iceman, on the point still. Here comes Kenny Schrader. He's starting to reel him in down into turn number 1 and 2.
Yeah, he's starting to reel him in ever so slightly.
Kevin Brown
goes to the infield. Here comes Casey once again on the inside of Jacob Haas. Not going to happen this time by.
Kenny Schrader was closer coming up off turn number 4. Tried to turn underneath him, and that car got loose, and he lost about 3 car lengths. But he is keeping up with Tommy Frazier. Those two cars pulling away.
Look at the number 2C of Trevor Climans.
Took home his first win a couple weeks ago here at Antioch Speedway for the year. Champion.
The 212 and the 12 and the 188 are now starting to pull away from the secondary field, or the secondary cars. I'm sorry.
9 to go this time by.
9 to go for the Iceman with Kenny Schrader, Casey Keller, Trevor Climans, Jason Nation. Jacob Haas is starting to lose positions now as he was running in that third place position. Mark Gardner gets by Andrea Frost. 8 laps to go for the Iceman. Can he hold off
Kenny Schrader? Kenny Schrader has a better entrance to the turn. He makes up a lot of ground, but he's losing it coming off.
Yeah, something with that 12. He has a good line coming off the turns. He's really fast. It looks like Jason Nation's going to move up into that 4th place position around in the inside of Casey Keller as he moves up.
Trevor Climans in that 3rd spot. 4th is going to be Jason Nation. 5th is Casey Keller. 6th is the 156 of Jacob Haas. 7th.
Oh!
Garner. 1 car into the wall. That's the 30 car.
Kenny Schrader gives a love tap to the number 12, letting him know that, hey, bud, I'm still here. You're not running away with this one. Now Jason Nation's trying to get in the inside of the 2C of Trevor Climans. Tommy Frazier's kind of running that line where you were talking about how the number 21D, Demasi Scoggins, was running through the rut. He's running through there pretty smooth, it seems like. And now he's putting
got about 4 car lengths right now over Kenny Schrader down the back
some distance on Kenny Schrader.
But yet Schrader has a better entrance of the turn, and it's Tommy just got great drive off and pulled.
4 laps to go. Nation is now into the 3rd position.
Climans lost 2 spots in the last couple laps. He's back to 5th.
As he's sailing on that bottom side. Frazier still holding on to that line, still holding off Kenny Schrader. As they're going to come to 3 laps to go, it should.
Into turn number 2, up off turn number 2. Tommy Frazier down the back straightaway into turn number 3. Here comes Kenny Schrader. Looks to the inside, not quite close enough to make a move up off turn number 4. 2 to go.
2 to go for the Iceman. Can he hold off Schrader? He has lap traffic. Chuck Crash Golden in front of him. What's he going to do? Here they come. The Iceman's going to come to the white flag. Can Schrader make a valiant effort on the last lap to do anything? Crash Golden gets in front of Frazier. He slows Frazier down. Here comes Schrader in the inside. No, he shoots out.
Crash
Oh
down
my
on
God,
the
here
inside.
comes Schrader on
goes
the
to high
outside.
side. They're going to split up coming up off turn number 4.
No, the Iceman is
Johnny
going to get it
Frazier with the
done.
win.
Oh my! By just half a car length, Tommy Frazier prevails and he wins the Sport Mod feature.
Golden originally started to have a problem with Frazier, causing him a problem, but in the end, helped Frazier, kept Schrader back.
Wow. Tonight's race is for Shirley. So, the list down the field, your top 5 is going to be the Iceman, Tommy Frazier getting the win, with Kenny Schrader getting second, Jason Nation taking third, the 38 of Casey Keller, and Trevor Klimans in the 2C rounding out your top 5. Once again, an amazing main event here at Antioch Speedway.
Tommy Frazier rolling into victory lane. 2 main events down, 1 to go here tonight. As he's getting the steering wheel off, getting the belts off. Getting the neck brace off, the helmet off. What a run, flag to flag for Tommy Frazier, but it was not a gimme by any stretch of the imagination. Tommy Frazier climbing out. There he is, ladies and gentlemen. Tommy?
How's it going, bud?
First one of the year. We talked a couple weeks ago, and you just talked about you hadn't had the luck this year, but man, you put a whooping up on them today.
Oh yeah, we've had a real rough year this year. A lot of driver error, a lot of getting caught up in some wrecks, but hey, finally got that monkey off our back. Couldn't be happier to bring it home for old George Stites tonight. Woo!
That gentleman right there, Kenny Schrader, man, gave you everything you could handle.
Oh yeah, that's my boy right there, man. I love racing with that guy right there, man. He's a fucking good dude. All these guys out here, we had some real good drivers out here tonight, very good turnout. Jason needs a lot of credit for putting this track together. I know he can't hear me, but
talking about Jason Robles.
Yeah, really appreciate what that dude does for us out here. He busts his butt down here with my dad all week long trying to keep this place rolling good, man. They really had a good track tonight, man. I'm proud of them guys.
So you started on the pole and led wire to wire, but you had to hold off Kenny Schrader. It appeared that he had a better entrance to the turn, but you had better drive off.
Yeah, we got a setup in it right now. It's really good off the corner. I kind of got to baby it in there, but man, it's a rocket down the straightaway.
Tommy Frazier, congratulations, taking home the win tonight in the Big Kahuna George Stites Freedom Series race number 3.
Thank you.
Tommy Frazier taking home the win tonight. One more main event to go. There goes Trevor Klimans. And with that, we have one main event. That is the IMCA Modifieds. Joe, another good race. Let's see if we can do it one more time. A-main for the IMCA Modifieds. On the point. Driving to 228, Jeff Brown outside the front row, the 29C. That's Aaron Crowell.
Oh yes, starting in your second row. In the third position, that's going to be the 17 of Quick Nick DiCarlo. And to his outside is going to be the 49 of Tricky Troy Folger.
Inside row number 3 in FS starting spot, the 22 car, Robert Marson. Outside of him, the 198. That's Robbie Sawyer in the 6th starting spot.
And in your fourth row, it's going to be the number 6 of Jim Pettit II. Into his outside is going to be the 14K of Buddy Niss.
Row number 5 in that 5th starting spot. Out of Vacaville, it's the Flying Hawaiian Kimo Retta. To the outside, it's the 83 car in the 10th starting spot of Kellen Chadwick.
And your 6th row in the 12th and the 11th starting spot, the number 74 is going to be Chris Sawicki. And to his outside is going to be the 55 of Brian Cass.
Your 13th starter in the U81, Bobby Mutz Jr. And in the 14th starting spot, the 84X JC Elrod.
In your 8th row, the 14P out of Atwater, California, that's going to be Ryan Porter. And to his outside is going to be the 1E of TJ Etchison.
Our 9th and final row inside in the 17th starting spot, Terry DiCarlo in the 17T. And the last starter, the 603, that's Clay Daly.
Man, 2 amazing features here tonight for this, and not to mention it's for the George Stites Memorial Freedom Series. So, I mean, 2 amazing features coming down to the last corner for both features. I mean, I'm excited. I'm thrilled for this next one coming up. So,
Dirt Modifieds getting set for action. It's, all right, who you picking?
oh yeah, I got to go first. Crowell, the crazy man. I'm taking the 29C.
29C of Aaron Crowell. All right, that means I get to choose someone else, and it's not a bad pick. Especially being he's starting up there in the 2nd spot, coming out of retirement this year. But you want to know what? I think I'm going to fall back to the next row. Man, Quick Nick or Tricky Troy. Let's go. You know what? I have a feeling Quick Nick's going to take it tonight in that 17 car. Sorry, Nick, I didn't mean to jinx you.
All right, well, my car got 2nd for the hobby stock. I won the sport mods.
Yeah, you have a better average tonight, that's for sure.
Let's see.
Well,
let's see.
Mine wrecked and something else. So.
Hey, but let's not forget, we're not saying that we don't have any hitters. Let's not forget we have the 198 here out of Bakersfield, California, the Rebel Rouser, Robbie Sawyer. We have the 83, our Jerry Hetrick Memorial winner, Kellen Chadwick. We have Brian Cass, Ryan Porter in the 14P, Terry DiCarlo, Tricky Troy. Let's see how they do. Let's get down in green. Flag drops.
Aaron Crowell down the front straightaway to turn number 1 first, but down on the low side. Don't give up on him. Look at that 22 car.
3 wide action going on. Robert Marsh, Tricky Troy.
Marsh went 3 wide down into turn number 1 in that 22 car. He picks up the 2nd spot at the line. Here comes Tricky Troy. He wants that 2nd spot, but he's got to fight Nick DiCarlo and Jim Pettit 3 wide off turn number 2.
Oh, and they're pouncing on the 29.
2 cars get together. JC Elrod was one of them. That car, I saw 2 wheels come off the ground. They straighten out and keep going. Sorry about that.
Across the line, it looks like it was just so slightly Aaron Crowell, but it looks like Tricky Troy and Nick DiCarlo are going to swamp him, as well as the 22 as Robert Marsh, as the 29 goes from 1st to 4th and just down the back straightaway. Yeah, just 1 turn.
Tricky Troy, Nick DiCarlo into turn number 1.
Look else who's coming up the field is the 83 of Kellen Chadwick, as he wants to get into the party. It looks like the number 198 is possibly having some struggles of Robbie Sawyer.
Look at the front 6. Oh my gosh, Tricky Troy Folger, Quick Nick DiCarlo.
Tricky Troy!
Jim Pettit, Kellen Chadwick. Man, battle for the lead coming up off turn number 4. Quick Nick DiCarlo on the inside, Tricky Troy on the high side. At the line, it's Tricky Troy down the front straightaway into turn number 1. 5 down, 20 to go.
These guys know how to get racing. They're doing it. Here comes Quick Nick. Down the back straightaway. He's going to be denied by Tricky Troy still.
DiCarlo down on the low side, comes up. They almost touch coming up off turn number 4, down the front stretch into turn number 1. Tricky Troy enters turn number 1 lower than he did turn number 3. They're still side by side off turn 2, down the back stretch into turn number 3. Tricky Troy, Quick Nick DiCarlo, side by side up off turn number 4. Slight advantage to DiCarlo off 4, but at the line
it's going to be Troy. Oh my God, 2 by 2, they're just racing side by side action, not even touching, but the yellow flag comes out. It looks like that's going to be for for the 14P of Ryan Porter. Spins, and he's sitting in the center of turns 3 and 4. Man, we had action going on between the two buddies, actually, of Quick Nick DiCarlo and Tricky Troy.
They battling side by side for a couple laps there.
Not touching, not laying any fenders on each other, which was amazing. And what, like Tommy said, this track is phenomenal right now.
Lineup is set, so Tricky Troy Folger on the point. Quick Nick DiCarlo second. 22 of Robert Marsh in the third spot. Aaron Crowell in the fourth spot, fifth. Jim Bennett. Man, he's normally back farther the last few weeks. He's been back farther, and by the end he gets up to the front. He's up to the front already. Watch out for Jim Bennett. So that's fifth. Sixth is going to be Kellen Chadwick. Seventh is the 198 of
Robbie Sawyer.
Eighth is our defending champion. That's Buddy Niss in a brand new race car here tonight. Ninth is Chris Savicki. And 10th is the 228 of Jeff Brown. Green flag in the air. Down the front straightaway into turn number 1. Tricky Troy Folger on the point, but here comes Quick Nick side by side. 22 car of Marsh slides up. He loses three spots in one turn.
Here comes, Quick Nick stays on the bottom. Can he get Troy across the line? I think it was dead even.
I'm not sure who led that lap, but I do know they down the back straightaway into turn number 3. Tricky Troy has a slight advantage. Coming up off turn number 4. Quick Nick.
Look who's peaked. It's an 83.
Look who's in third. Jim Bennett.
Yeah.
Up the third spot. He's now setting his sights on Tricky Troy Folger.
And Nick DiCarlo's taking the lead away from Tricky Troy Folger. Here comes Jim Pettit. He wants to get racy with Troy as well. And also here comes the 83 of Kellen Chadwick.
Tricky Troy having trouble in the middle of the turn, but right now Jeff Brown brings out the yellow flag. Brown going slow. Yellow flag comes out. Hearing Ryan Porter may have helped Jeff Brown around over there in turn number 2. That's going to be a second charge timeout, so the 14P will be done for the night, if that's what I'm hearing. Ryan Porter out of Atwater, California. All right, so when did Nick pass and when did the yellow come out? I see Tricky Troy back on the point, put Nick DiCarlo back in second. Jim Pettit up there in the third spot. Kellen Chadwick in the fourth. Aaron Crowell fifth. Robbie Sawyer sixth. Robert Marsh, who was up front, lost a number of spots in one turn, back in the seventh spot. Eighth, Buddy Niss. Ninth, Chris Savicki. 10th, Bobby Motz. 11th, Brian Cass. 12th is... They're side by side, trying to figure out who's in which position at the moment. 14th is going to be Kimo Areta. 15th, Terry DiCarlo. And 16th back there is Jeff Brown. 2 cars up there trying to figure it out. The 1E of TJ Etchison and the 14P of Ryan Porter. Porter getting the black flag, getting charged with 2 timeouts. He leaves the racetrack. Dunlop this time by. 9 laps down, 16 to go. Tricky Troy Folger on the front row. Quick Nick DiCarlo takes the low side, puts Jim Pettit on the high side. Kellen Chadwick, Aaron Crowell, row 3. Row 4 is Robbie Sawyer and Robert Marsh. Row 5, Buddy Niss, Chris Savicki. Row 6 is Brian Cass, Bobby Motz Jr. Row 7, TJ Etchison and Kimo Areta.
And your green flag drops. Troy Folger out to the point. It's Jim Pettit. Can he get it? No. But look who's coming. The 83 of Kellen Chadwick.
Quick Nick up beside Tricky Troy side by side down into turn number 3. He's going to grab the lead coming up off turn number 4, but Troy's going to battle back on the outside.
Oh, yes. Quick Nick had the lead across the line, and now it looks like Jim Pettit's possibly going to put some moves on the tricky Troy Folger.
Can Pettit come through and take home the win? He's got to get around Tricky Troy first. Coming up off turn number 4. DiCarlo pulling away.
Oh man, it looks, I don't know if Troy's car is possibly getting loose or getting tight.
Oh, one car spins around onto turn number 1. That's J.C. Elrod.
And Jeff Brown, it
Jeff
looks
Brown
like.
spins to avoid him. We stay under the green
No,
flag.
yellow flag's out. Yellow flag's out.
Elrod gets it rolling again, but the yellow flag already came out. All right, so our leader, Quick Nick DiCarlo. Hearing he may have had a little help with the 17T of Terry DiCarlo. Hey, just in case you're wondering, folks, the IMCA stock cars that we've been talking about coming up next year, guess what? We've added them to the Bill Bowers Memorial Weekend. That's right, the IMCA stock cars coming in town on October 1st, 2nd, and 3rd for the Bill Bowers Memorial Race. So that should be a lot of fun. They just put on a great show wherever I've seen them run. So looking forward to the IMCA stock cars. I know they had the IMCA stock cars running down at Merced during Speed Week. They put on a great show down there. Expect nothing but the same up here. Doubling them up. 14 laps remain. Quick Nick DiCarlo on the point. This time, Tricky Troy takes the high side, puts Jim Pettit down on the low side for row 2. Kellen Chadwick in that inside row 3. Outside of him, Aaron Crowell still. Row 4 is Robbie Sawyer and Robert Marsh. Row 5, Buddy Niss, Brian Cash. Row 6, Chris Savicki and Bobby Motts. Row 7, Kimo Areta and TJ Etchison. Row 8, Jeff Brown.
Oh, and already it looks like J.C. Elrod and Terry DiCarlo get tangled up.
Elrod wasn't appreciating DiCarlo giving him a push down into turn number 3 that time. It's like those two drivers having a bit of a conversation about some brownies or something.
Nevertheless, Quick Nick squeezes out to the lead, and it looks like Jim Pettit gets around Troy Folger.
Put Jim Pettit up to 2nd, Tricky Troy back to 3rd. Kellen Chadwick still in the 4th spot. He's got a battle on his hand with Aaron Crowell down into turn number 3. That battle for 4th now straightens out. Kellen Chadwick grabs it.
Quick Nick running away, trying to run away from Pettit to build his margin.
Kellen Chadwick now looking to the inside of Tricky Troy Folger off turn number 2 down the backstretch.
Oh yeah, looking for some moisture in that inside.
Folger's car just won't stay on the bottom, looks like.
Yeah, it looks as the track gets slicker, his car gets, he pushes
he's got
more.
a push, yeah.
Yeah. And now he has the 83 of Kellen Chadwick right on his rear end. Yeah, he just slides across the racetrack. Looks like he just has no traction.
Tricky Troy down into turn number 1. He's got Kellen Chadwick to his inside. Battle for 3rd up off turn number 2. Down the back straightaway into turn number 3. Tricky Troy has it. Kellen Chadwick's trying to get it. Chadwick running lower than Troy is. Troy once again pushing up high on the edge of the turn. That car just not staying down on the bottom. Chadwick running that very bottom going into the turn.
Oh! J.C. Elrod right in front of the flag stand. It backs the car. It looks like he might have got some help.
Is that a continuation of the feud with him and Terry DiCarlo? Waiting to hear. Hearing 228 may have been the one to help him around. A lot of damage on the rear end of that car. Waiting to see on the screen. Gonna have to have a hook on that car, looks like. No, nothing on the screen to see what can happen. Waiting for the hook for the 84X. Got to get a hook over here for the car. Got Jerry out there in his
tow truck going to get that car up on the hook and get him back to the pit area. Last lap is 17.28 second lap, 78.125 miles an hour. So quick Nick DiCarlo had a nice comfortable lead. Didn't want to see this yellow flag. Jim Pettit there in the second spot. Tricky Troy was battling with Kellen Chadwick. Chadwick there in the fourth spot. He's got Aaron Crowell on his back bumper, those top five. Robbie Sawyer in the sixth spot. Seventh is Robert Marsh. Buddy Niss, Bobby Botch Jr., and Brian Cass round out your top 10. Chris Savicki, TJ Etchison, 11 and 12. 13 is Kimo Areta. 14, the 228 of Jeff Brown. And 15, Terry DiCarlo in that 17T. We got 10 laps to go. This 25-lap main event for the IMCA Modifieds for the Big Kahuna George Seitz Freedom Series race number 3. Our points as far as the modifieds go, we have Tricky Troy Folger on the point lead coming into tonight. So look back, George Seitz Freedom Series race number 1. Colin Weinbarger took home the win out of Corbett, Oregon in the S car. On the 4th of July heat race, or excuse me, the Tricky Troy Folger took home race number 2 in the George Seitz Freedom Series race. Who's going to take home race number 3? Right now, quick Nick DiCarlo has the lead. Jim Pettit is second. Looks like he's going to restart on the bottom, put Tricky Troy Folger on the high side. Kellen Chadwick inside row 3, Aaron Crowell to his outside. Row 4 is Robbie Sawyer and Robert Marsh. Row 5, Buddy Niss, Bobby Mott Jr. Row 6 is Brian Cass, Chris Savicki. Row 7, Flying Hawaiian Kimo Areta and TJ Etchison. Row 8 is Jeff Brown and Terry DiCarlo. And those two cars run into each other as Brown's weaving back and forth. Green flag in the air down the front straightaway. Tricky Troy on the high side, Jim Pettit on the low side, Nick DiCarlo pretty much in the middle. DiCarlo gets through turns number 2 and gets off with the lead down to the back straightaway into turn number 3. The battles for second. Jim Pettit on the low side. Once again, that 49 car washes up in the middle of the turn of Tricky Troy Folger.
Oh, Kellen breaks. Chadwick pulls it to the infield.
Something broke on the 83 car. He's not going to take home tonight's win. Meanwhile, up front, Pettit in control of the second spot. As Tricky Troy, that time, 2, 3, and 4 actually ran the bottom. He's now moved his line down to the bottom.
All the drivers starting to run down to the bottom, trying to protect their line and search for that moisture as well, it looks like. As nevertheless, quick Nick DiCarlo still has a pretty sizable margin over Jim Pettit. Jim Pettit over Troy Folger. And now it looks like Robbie Sawyer starting to apply the pressure to the 29C of Aaron Crowell.
Quick Nick DiCarlo at 16.94 and a stopwatch 79.693 miles an hour that time. Back up to that battle as Aaron Crowell is getting heat from behind by Robbie Sawyer for that 4th spot. Up off turn number 2, down the back straightaway into turn number 3. The 29C has it. The 198 wants it. They come up off turn number 4. Battle for 4th at the line. It is still Aaron Crowell down into turn number 1. Robbie Sawyer dives to his inside.
He hops the tire.
He hops the tire, but they're still side by side off turn number 2. Down the back straightaway into turn number 3. Robbie Sawyer
side
on
by
Aaron
side.
Crowell.
Oh, they
Off turn
touch.
number 4, they touch again. At the line, give it to Crowell by about a foot. Into turn number 1, Robbie Sawyer clears them this time through 1 and 2.
As Robbie Sawyer's going to take that 4th place position now over Aaron Crowell. And still, Nick DiCarlo is pulling a margin on Jim Pettit. Everybody's still kind of running the same distinct line.
Coming around 3 to go this time by Nick DiCarlo is going to have his dad to put a lap down. Roughly this lap as they go down. 2 to go this time.
2 to go for Nick DiCarlo as he puts Terry DiCarlo Sr. a lap down. And he's just flat out railing it around this track.
White flag coming out this time by Nick DiCarlo down on the apron, coming up off turn number 4 at the line, gets a white flag, 17-second flat lap, down into turn number 1, Jim Pettit. He's down on the low side. He's got a long ways to go. Nick DiCarlo, his race to lose as he goes into turn number 3.
Oh, does Robbie Sawyer possibly have anything?
DiCarlo.
Nick DiCarlo's going to take the checker flag, Jim Pettit. And for the third place position is going to be Troy Folger over Robbie Sawyer, with Aaron Crowd rounding out your top 5. And Nick DiCarlo stops in turns 2.
Ryan Cass gets that 6th spot. Quick Nick DiCarlo with the win. Hey, I picked the winner this time.
There you go.
Last lap of 17:37 on a stopwatch, 77.720 miles an hour. Head on downstairs and to victory lane. Well, Joe, for some reason, quick Nick DiCarlo crossed the finish line, got the checkered flag, and now he needs a hook over in turn number 2. Something broke. He had a 25-lap car tonight.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. He's hopping out of the race car.
Looking under the rear end of that car. Not sure what happened. As you work on getting him over here to victory lane for an interview. Tricky Troy climbing out of his race car. Jim Pettit going over the scales. Checking out tire temperatures. Jim Pettit coming around. Troy, well, we got a second, third place finish. Not what you were looking for. It looks like you had a little bit of trouble in the center of the turn. Seemed like you were pushing up the hill a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. We were struggling a little bit and just kind of didn't watch the racetrack enough and definitely slicked off. And we just didn't tune on it enough. But had a hell of a run with Nick there for a while, side by side for I don't know how many laps. And then Jimmy got in there too. And it's a good racetrack. You know, they put in hard work here, and we definitely had a good racetrack tonight. Just wish we had a little bit more luck.
Who do you want to thank for helping you get out here every week?
Bill Bowers, my fiance, my crew, everybody that helps out during the week. I mean, it's a lot of work. And Chuck's Brake and Wheel, All-Flow Muffler and Auto Repair, Southern County Lubricants, All-Spec Sheet Metal, Pro Vinyl, Margie. Anybody that helps me out, I just appreciate it a lot.
All right, Tricky Troy Folger, good run, third place finish here tonight, and head on over here. Quick Nick DiCarlo. Come on up front here.
My car is totally broke.
So what? You had a 25-lap car, I guess, huh?
You know, when I was leaving Tech, there was a noise, and I kept telling the guys, look and find this noise. And they were looking, nothing. And on the yellows, it would make this weird noise. I don't know, a clunk. And then on the back straightaway coming for the checkered, it started making noise. And I'm just like, come on, honey, hold on. And I ain't kidding you. Someone was looking out for me because right there at the line, it just took a crap right there.
I see a drive shaft sifting there. Looks like the yoke broke.
You know, the pull bars and 2 pieces in there, the rear end did circles. Everything's tore up, but who cares?
Took home the win.
Yeah.
All right, so you had to battle up to get up to the lead. Tell us about the pass.
Me and Troy run side by side. That was really fun. I feel like I had a little more than him, but I didn't want to squeeze him, you know. We go to breakfast every Sunday, so I didn't want to have a bad breakfast tomorrow. So
able to get past him, then you had to hold off. Jim Pettit got up there and finished second behind you.
yeah, I mean, come on. When you beat that guy's won everything on asphalt, and he's got a heck of a career. So, but thank you to everybody watching and everybody that helps me. Thank you.
All right, so you won for Speed Week here. Now you come back tonight and you win the Big Kahuna George Stites Freedom Series race number 3. Congratulations.
Is it 1,000 to win tonight?
1,000 to win.
Well, see, I only come and win the thousands.
There you go. So who do you want to say thanks for getting you out here each and every week?
Mom and Dad, my fiance, Jay's Weldon, Fox, Baxterville, Chanowski's Gentlemen's Club, R&J, CPT, 1-2 Graphics for these awesome graphics. If you need any, call him. But yeah, thank you, everybody.
Quick Nick DiCarlo, congratulations on another win here at Antioch Speedway. With that, head on over here. Jim Pettit. I want to sneak over on the other side. Jim Pettit, the driver of the 6. Hall of Famer, multiple-time champion. Man, you keep being the bridesmaid. You haven't been the bride yet, at least in a while.
Well, you know, we were off. We had some problems that we found this last week after the speed week, and we struggled here last week, the last time we ran here, and we found some problems. And we're closer. Bridesmaids not too bad, you know. I mean, second place when you're running against the caliber of guys that we're running against, you know, everybody up front's really good. So I know what we need to do to make the car a little bit better. It's just a matter of getting back there and talking to my crew guys, and we'll make some adjustments and go from there.
What was the hard part? Who was the hardest to pass tonight?
Well, I wouldn't say any of them are hard. I mean, you always got to work Troy really, really hard because he's so fast all the time. And, you know, you're just racing with him and you're trying to make sure you don't touch him like he does the same to us. You know, and even with Aaron Crowell, you know, we raced and everybody I was around, we gave a lot of respect to each other. It was good racing. And it's just, you know, I finally knew that eventually I could get him, you know, but then we'd lose, a yellow would come out and I'd lose the position back. And I'm like, darn, I got to race him again, you know, for X amount of laps. But, you know, Nick definitely had everybody covered tonight. He was definitely he class of the field, and we were just happened to be the second best car tonight, but that's not too bad though.
All right, well, you got one more points race as far as the year goes coming up in a couple weeks. So, and then we get into the fun races, or we're running for the big money and stuff coming up in a month from now.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we came into this year to support Chad and do some more traveling and to have fun, and we didn't really so much look at the points. And it's going to be what it's going to be. And like you said, next we got one race left here for the points, and then all the fun stuff starts with all the big money races, and that's where we have a lot of fun. And our race down at Ocean Speedway, you know, the end of September, all these guys will be there, and I'm trying to do cool things for them. Everybody has competitors, and then we're going to have the big race here in October for Bill, and that's going to be really cool. And so I'm looking forward to all that stuff.
All right, Jim Pettit, congratulations on a second place finish.
Thanks.
See you in a couple weeks. Troy, congratulations on your third place finish. Ladies and gentlemen, Joe, any final thoughts?
Amazing races tonight. From the hobby stock feature to the sport mod feature, even this feature right here, I mean, just spectacular races, and especially, like I said, for it being with for the Freedom Series, for the Stites family and everything, for them putting this on. I mean, it's great. I want to thank Chad Chadwick and Tina and everybody who's a part of this track and what they do. Like, you don't understand. You're freaking amazing.
A beautiful night of racing, of course. Next Saturday night, we're going to do it again. We have the wingless sprint cars here. We'll have the Super Stocks, Tri-State Pro Stocks are going to be here. The Four Bangers are going to be back. We're going to have a lot of fun next Saturday night. Don't miss it. Tune in to Antioch Speedway TV. That's right, AntiochSpeedway.tv is a place to be for all the racing action live and direct here from Antioch Speedway. Until then, make sure you keep an eye on our website at www.antiochspeedway.com. Get on My Race Pass app. Get all the results, lineups, entries, and all that fun stuff on My Race Pass app. Also, go to Facebook. Antioch Speedway by Promotions is the official Antioch Speedway Facebook page. Also, AntiochSpeedway.tv on Facebook. Antioch Speedway Announcer on Facebook and YouTube. All the great places. Wiley's Race Report to come up on Wednesday night. Have a good interview with Mark Garner this week. And just a lot of fun as we're closing in on the end of the season. Until next time, I'm Wiley Wade. Thanks for watching Antioch Speedway TV. Until next week, good night, everybody.